think he's Sudanese? This guy big? You think he's Sudanese or he's Somali?
He's a Flight 13. He's a fob. He barely can put a sentence together. And his talking point doesn't even make sense. He doesn't even know how to comprehend the room, look at the room. I don't even care. I can't even think. This is the least of my problems. The fact that a woman just died and he wants to sit here and say, you fucking Somali, you fucking da-da-da. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you think about Somalis, how you feel about Somalis. That's none of my fucking business. Go argue with the people that disrespected you. I have nothing to do with it. But the fact that it's okay for someone to die and you want to sit here and be like, you fucking Somali, get up to... What? What?
Right. If that's what I think it is, he's Afghani.
Wait, he's Afghani?
Yeah, isn't that crazy? You got an Afghani telling the sister up here that she's not American.
Yeah.
At this point, it's like forget about your immigration status. If you're a born citizen, immigrant, all that, they're targeting people. They're gonna twist this and make it sound like it's gonna be self-defense. Is that okay? Is that okay that the way this government is running, that it's okay to be racist, it's okay to be Islamophobic, it's okay to be xenophobic, it's okay to talk shit and let this man rip this country apart and steal from us? They're making rules and regulations. They made the child care fraud thing a big thing, but then, hold on 1 second, I'm not done talking.
You don't ask these tweets and pork.
You're going to have to listen to me. The fact that they made this an excuse to shut down childcare for all 50 states and not only for Democratic states. The fact that Tim Walz had to drop out of his race because there was no way that he can fight logic and reason with flies. They're not going to listen to logic, but they're going to be like, everybody's going to have their confirmation bias and be like, yeah, Somalis. And the only thing they're going to forget every good thing that he did and want to point out and say he committed. The other day, Trump wrote on Truth, whatever social, and said that the lady that got assassinated, a guy that is a mega who killed our state representative, he said it was because of Tim Walz, because he was the one who called a hit on her, and people are running with it right now. This man can say anything, and people are going to run with it. And now we just lost a life. This is fucked up.
I believe what they're doing is they're trying to use different migrant communities that we have that this administration is not in favor of, very clearly, right? And they're trying to scapegoat the communities to finish Project 2025, because in Project 2025, a part of that was to get rid of public education. I don't know if you guys remember that, but I believe that's what they're doing. This is my theory.
It's so crazy, right? You think you've heard it all until you hear this. You know what I'm saying? And what happened? Because ICE agents are federal agents. Will they get the same type of condemnation that others get?
Nope.
Right. I mean, not earlier this year, it's a new year, but last year, I believe they also shot someone last year. And then they were hitting a priest in Chicago with pepper balls, like a pepper ball gun. And slammed him to the ground and everything. Like,
you just use a hard arm, man. I'll pull your ass in the goose.
Yeah, people don't bat an eye.
Motherfucker.
Because it's ICE, which is fucked up. It's disgusting.
Disgusting.
These niggas be conflicted. Did you hear that one?
It's wild, man. Hey, MJ, any words? Or Black? Or
shit.
Nothing new, boss.
Oh, man, it's fucked up.
Hey, Black.
What up? What up? Peace to the room.
What up, bro?
News to me. I had a
I'm not one of those, if it's one life people, you know. To me, the majority of Americans are against illegal immigration. I hate Trump, voted against him. You know, I didn't vote for oh girl, I voted against Trump because I despise the motherfucker. But I'm also against illegal immigration. So like that whole thing of, you know, what's going on, there are going to be some cracked eggs to bake that omelet. You know, so it's not anything that make a person xenophobic or anything. 63%, I think is even higher now, are against immigration in general, legal immigration of Americans. So that shit is just a fact. And
wait, what's the fact? 63%? Wait, 60% of what?
Of Americans are against illegal immigration.
Oh, against illegal. Where's
the issue that I have is I want them to deport more crackers. For real, that's disproportionate.
What more crackers?
I definitely want them to.
Yeah, you know it's crazy. I had a room earlier, and you know I asked the dude. It was a Killmonger. I don't know if you heard of him. The dude Killmonger. But anyway, so he goes by like.
Well, I remember Killmonger.
Responsible. Actually, let me pay it to her. And while the replays are playing, hold on.
See replays on?
Yeah. While the replays are playing, he said some shit like, "Yeah, you know, I want the Caribbeans to get out of here, the Africans, and the pale-faced Mexicans." I said, "What about any Europeans? You want any Europeans out there? And the illegal Europeans?" He was on mute for like 6 seconds. I had to put the crickets noise on before he got on. Everybody started laughing.
Amazing. These Sambos are running wild.
It's wild. And, you know, when he realized what was happening, you know, that's when he kind of course corrected. He's like, nah, yeah, you know, y'all act like us, y'all cosplay as us. You know, he did the Tariq Nasheed, you know, shuffle. And I was like, what about the white people? And then I played a clip of a white immigrant, which was, what was that boy's name? Stephen Miller, right? Where he was talking about reparations. Did you hear that clip with Stephen Miller, bro?
What did he say? What did he say?
Yeah, Stephen Miller basically shit on reparations. He says after World War II we became soft.
Hey, Mitch, Obama was reparations.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're right.
Mitch McConnell said this.
I thought it was Lindsey Graham, but yeah, both of those bastards could.
Oh, Lindsey, it probably was Lindsey Graham. One of them guys.
Yeah.
One of them senators.
All right, let me play this clip real quick. Hold on.
The side is true. The United States of America is running Venezuela. By definition, that's true. We live in a we live in a world in which you can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else. But we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. By definition, we are in charge because we have the United States military stationed outside the country. We set the terms and conditions. We have a complete embargo on all of their oil and their ability to do commerce. So for them to do commerce, they need our permission. For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission. So the United States is in charge. The United States is running the country during this transition period. The United States is using its military to secure our interests unapologetically in our hemisphere. We're a superpower, and under President Trump, we are going to conduct ourselves as a superpower. It is absurd that we would allow a nation in our own backyard to become the supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us. To hoard weapons from our adversaries, to be able to be positioned as an asset against the United States rather than on behalf of the United States. Sovereign countries should be able to do what they want to do. The Monroe Doctrine and the Trump Doctrine is all about securing the national interests of America. For years, we sent our soldiers to die in deserts in the Middle East to try to build them parliaments, to try to build them democracies, to try to give them more oil, to try to give them more resources. The future of the free world, Jake, depends on America being able to assert ourselves and our interests without apology. This whole period that happened after World War II, where the West began apologizing and groveling and begging. Where the West began apologizing and groveling and begging. I don't even know honestly what you're talking about.
Begging and groveling and engaging on these vast or mass reparation schemes. I don't know if y'all heard that part, homeboy.
I don't even know. Period. That happened after World War.
And after World War II, there was like so many millions of people that died protecting Jewish lives. This motherfucker should be kissing everybody's ass. This motherfucker should be happy that he's alive. Because if it wasn't for the sacrifice of both black and white people all over the world, people of African descent all over the world, millions of Jewish people wouldn't be in this world right now.
Bro, my profile name on here is black and white.
And then he says something, as groveling.
Was it not reparations for Europe?
Oh, for sure. And Britain paid reparations to slave-owning families from 1833 to 2015. That's like 180, 82, 83 years. My friend is a Zionist, so,
Hey, these niggas is conflating shit.
Hey, why'd you use that choice of words, bud?
I heard somebody else say that, and I thought it was hilarious. It's been stuck in my head ever since I heard it like 10 minutes ago. He said it in another room.
Damn, Lonzo. You gonna
So time out, man. Hey, so do you another thing too, right, that a lot of people seem to find funny is like in those camps, right, that you were in, like, your people were in, a lot of people truly find it funny that you guys actually got to, you guys got fed like darn near every day. There was like a beautiful pool. Did you see the pool?
There was a swimming pool? I wasn't aware of that.
Tennis courts. to make sure you guys had the, your stamina up.
I wasn't aware of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and don't forget about the sauna. There was a sauna there.
Was there a sauna there?
Yeah.
Was there a?
I think
there was a brick oven.
I don't think they like the sauna. I don't think they like the sauna too much.
Pizza parties and a brick oven. They might have had a brick oven pizza party.
Yeah. So yeah, bro. I mean, this is all the things that is on social media. A lot of people.
Wait, can I ask you this? Why you guys are not offended?
Shut up. They basically call us that word. Yo.
He does that every time.
Hey, Lil Trump. I don't know if you want to follow up on some cool shit after the
what happened?
Trash bag, man. He called us the N-word.
Yo, bro, where he at, bro? You know I got hands, bro. Where he at?
He's in the goo. His name. You should follow him and troll him every day.
Yeah, B.
Did you hear that guy, my friend? He told the story a lot of times in many rooms when he brought somebody to his house and he thought it was a girl, but it ended up being a man.
I mean, he definitely fits the profile.
Yeah, he talks about that every time in a lot of rooms, and he said he didn't know.
But you know what's crazy though? Oh, he left.
Yo, he would never say that in person though. That's the amazing part.
I'm getting roasted. And look, tell me, where's Black Coin? Oh, he left. I wish sometimes, man, that people would just realize that they're not going to be able to get off the shit that they really want to get off without a fucking response. You know what I'm saying? So don't even prepare these motherfuckers.
And we will Chester cave in. I said Chester cave in. We will cave their chest in real life. That's what I'm gonna say.
Hey, Lil Trump, I know you're like a big fan supporter, man. Yo, how do you feel about this, man? Like an American got killed today, a white American.
Hey, man, look. Listen, it happens.
By ICE.
It happens, bro. Like, look. I mean, it happens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this happens to other Americans, it happens to Black Americans, and, we protested, you know what I mean?
Hold on.
It's a white, but that's it, bro. That's the difference. That's all.
So
bro.
it's okay for the
Nothing to see here.
Congressman, that's it, right? They're supposed to help the city, make the city safe again. So do you think it's okay that they shot a legal observer who is a citizen?
Yeah, I didn't say it was okay. I just said
no. You said it's okay. It happens. Okay.
It happens, yo. And I know nobody got the guns to fight America. So shit.
It's not about America. It's about Americans getting killed by agents that were supposed to protect and serve Americans.
Right. Yeah,
so
correct.
There's nothing okay about that.
If you, listen, there's nothing okay about it, right? Hey, man, that's what it. Yeah, it's not okay.
Yo, what up, Keegan? What's up, bro?
The fact that they think it's okay, and the fact that they're gonna twist this and make it seem like, oh, it's a white woman. Black people get shot every day. Oh, it's okay because, things happen and this is no. I don't think anyone should get shot by a police officer or agents. I don't think that's not right. It doesn't matter what race you are. Supposed to be the country that, you have all these opportunities, and now we're using it as a talking point to rip each other apart. And all because of Trump. Trump can do whatever at this point, and everyone's like, well, it's okay because I don't want immigrants. It's okay because I don't like blacks. It's okay. I don't like whites. It's okay. Well, he said, that's not okay. That is not okay.
Hey, what we gonna do about it? You know what I'm saying? Russia ain't doing shit to us because they can't.
We're not talking about Russia. We're not talking about Canada. We're talking about American citizens getting shot and killed by these people.
What are we gonna do about it?
That is not okay.
I mean, what did she do? Because we always blaming the police. There's a bunch of motherfuckers cursing out the police when they're getting arrested. They're not getting killed. Trying to run over law enforcement. They don't like to say that. Run over law enforcement, but y'all don't want to say that part though.
Mate.
Nah, I don't want to hear that, bro.
Mate.
They never do nothing.
So it's okay so someone can die, someone to die.
Yeah,
That's the same thing they said about Mike Brown. That's the same thing they said about George Floyd. That's the same thing they said about
Mike Brown.
You know how many
the police said, well, if he shouldn't do this or he should have did that, or if this person did it, they wouldn't be killed. That's not right.
Fuck around and find out.
There's
Go
no
home.
fucking around they're dying. There's no fucking around find out when people's lives right now are scared.
If she was home, she wouldn't have gotten killed. If she was chilling, going to the store.
Don't let him rage patriot. He's his Dominican is showing. All right, so real quick, let me
enforcement action. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened, it was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them. Their vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and...
All right, pay attention, y'all. Listen to what she just said. Listen to exactly what she just said. In the video above that video is literally what happened. So you could already see that the fix is in. They already lied to Kristi Noem, Homeland Security. Yeah, so this is how it gets swept up. But it's already too late. It's already all over social media, so they won't be able to lie about it. So pay attention to this little Trump.
Quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. It was an act of domestic terrorism.
So, you know, I appreciate that.
Did you watch the video?
No, you just played it for me right now.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the actual events?
Yeah. So
I'm watching it, yeah.
All right. So pay attention to what she said versus exactly what happened. She's lying.
But Lonzo, I got a question for you. Could a vehicle?
Oh shit!
Could a vehicle?
I feel crazy, bro.
Just wait, little Trump. Could a vehicle be a deadly weapon, Lonzo?
Yes.
Okay, and if one was trying to be detained from officers, federal agents, and that person decides to enter the vehicle and strike another individual with that vehicle and then continue to drive off, would you not perceive that as an
agent if they're, ski masked up and not somebody just trying to rob your car?
As we do know that these people were trying to detain individuals, and they did classify that these were ICE agents. The woman knew that this was an ICE agent.
Wait, how did you know that?
Because they clarified, they told the public that they were ICE agents and to clear the area.
Yo, there was an officer in front of the car, by the way.
Wait,
yeah.
That was another.
To run them over and
that was apparently another ICE agent.
Right. He was in front of the car, it looked like she was gonna run him over. Is that basis to shoot somebody and kill them? I don't know. You tell me. But that was, bro. If somebody gets ran over, they could die.
So what we don't know, right, is we don't know if they identify themselves as ICE, one. Number two, we don't know what they're...
Have you not watched the full video, Lonzo?
Yeah, I did.
Can he finish his...
door without your permission in your car is similar to opening your door to your house without permission, right? So just like you probably would harm anybody that broke into your house while you were home.
Did you know that you could still get in trouble for that?
Hold on. A lot of people. Well, if the person has a gun and they're trying to.
No. If you hurt somebody, they could sue you. Well, if you hurt them, even in your home, attempted burglary, right?
Well, yeah. That's not necessarily.
It's happened. It's actually necessary. It actually is.
Alonzo, can I read something real quick after you're done talking?
Do you remember the Jewish guy who killed the guy on the subway for self-defense and he ended up getting in prison?
Hold on. You seem excited about this topic. Look, at the end of the day, right? If somebody's like has their back turned to you and then you shoot them, even if they're in your house, there's possibly gonna murder me, kidnap me, who knows? This is a young, white American woman.
It don't matter what color she is, by the way. I don't know why y'all keep.
Okay, there's eyewitnesses on the ground. So eyewitnesses on the ground, just reading from these actual people that were there. They said he was leaning onto the hood of her car and shot her multiple times in the face. Another person that was there on the ground said, I'm on the ground with council members near Portland and 33rd, where they talked to residents and they said they saw the agent shoot the legal observer for no reason. She was unarmed. So these are people that I witnessed it. Now I know Christy Gnomes, who is known for lying multiple times to booty clap for Trump. So let's not do that. I cannot stand that. Ladies that have no qualifications to be the secretary, be the boss for DHS. That lady literally walks around like G.I. Jane. She does not have any. At all. Who I'm going to listen to is the people that are actually there on the ground, who people are not asking questions with. So I'm happy that our local journalists are asking these people, but the rest of this, that's why I said earlier, I wonder how CBS and NBC is about to twist this, knowing the fact that their CEO are right-wing supporters.
Copy.
Yeah, so Lil Trump, so you apparently saw the video. What's your thoughts, bro?
Yeah, no, I saw it. I mean, what, they're ICE agents, correct?
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
All right, ICE agents don't have the best training. That is what it is.
That's not true.
So, okay.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait, guys. Hold on, Lonzo. Wait, what do you mean, bro? You asking me questions?
Hold on. You said ICE agents.
Give me a green bean, bro. I'm not doing it. Give me a green bean, or I'm not doing it, bro.
Brother.
Y'all be too, y'all be.
That's your ticket, and how you gonna ask for a green bean?
Hold on, so where my ticket at? Alright. I gotta come back. Oh, fuck.
Should I block him real quick?
No. He's still not getting a green bean.
Oh, come on, you already know.
But at the end of the day, this is getting absurd. And for the fact that they're making justifications like, well, they don't got the best training no, actually, to be an ICE agent and Homeland Security and all that, you have to have training. There's continuous training. A lot of them come from the military. A lot of them come from private sectors. So no, that's like, we can say that for the police officers. I understand that. Because they're not equipped for being combat. But again, this is the streets of Minneapolis. This is not Iraq. And the way they're just, our car got stuck in the ice, and this was happening, and we were fighting the weather, and then this lady tried to kill us. What? Are you serious?
It's crazy.
And did I just say Lonzo doesn't push this and make it sound like a self-defense?
Her vehicle.
Yo, she literally just sat there and lied. It's so crazy too. I'm sure they're gonna try to scrub even all the videos online, but it's too late.
It's too late.
Yeah, it's already out there.
And that Christine Holmes, whatever her name is, she went a month ago, went in front of Trump, or was it in November, and said, yeah, 50% of the Somalis all came here illegally. They all came. She said 50% of us, the people that came in the 90s, we came here in the 90s.
Run them over.
Says that. What's good with it, brother?
Yo, so I got some content. Remember, like, I want to say it was like months ago, you were talking about like a prison for like, you know, a specific group of people that would do like some fraud, right?
Mm-hmm.
And similar fraud to, you know, what we hear about the Somalis, right? And they've been doing this shit for decades.
Facts.
Right? To the tunes of hundreds of thousands, millions, sometimes billions of dollars, right?
Yeah, billions, bro.
Yeah. And yeah, so with that being said, you know, I found a clip where they arrested like 13 of them.
Mm-hmm.
See if CNN was gonna, like talk about it. This went under the radar. Fox News went under the radar. It had to be like a small New Jersey fucking TV station to fucking bring it out. And it kicked me out.
What room was this?
It wasn't Chillism, but some of the people from Chillism was in the room.
Well, you know, I told you this before, maybe about 2 years ago. Because, you know, I got pulled in the room by those people, by the small hats. And I told you I'd never forget.
You know your shit, so.
Yeah, one of the specific people literally put me in the room. I just say it was Rohan and Rohan and George Ravusky. I don't know if you remember him. They were the most prominent small heads at the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
They put me in a room along with Abby and was like, I need to be a good black, like a certain person. I told you this already before.
Oh, yeah, when you saw my...
Yeah.
Black spaces, man, and cosplay as allies, but the whole time, you know, these motherfuckers despise black people.
It's
you
a fact. Yeah.
They're racist as fuck. Like, you see the dude Trash Can. Wait, were you there when he said we call us niggas?
No.
Yeah, so
yeah. What you saying is facts, though.
Yeah. So
it's one of them that comes in your room that was, dude. He was DMing me all the time. I'm not gonna say his name. He was DMing me all the time. He follows me on social media, begging me to follow him back. He sent me his number in his DM, and I'm like, yo, bro, why
is he older?
Yeah.
Same situation, but they need to do what they gotta do. You know what I'm saying? And then when you don't give them that, you know, it's like they don't know how to take that because it's normally supposed to go that easy. You know what I mean? Person the N-word without ramifications. That's never gonna happen. So don't give those people like the hint that something is about to happen. You know what I'm saying? That's for Black Coin. He's probably away from his phone.
I'm here.
Yeah.
So what was your delayed ramification?
No, because I started to say something crazy regarding what I ended up talking about, but I have to remember the replays go on. Follow me?
I follow you. Scared of the jewelry people.
Nah, not that. But you know, this is social media, man. You gotta be smart. You know what I mean? Yo, yeah, man. So,
Lonzo, look at what I just posted in the chat. Look what they're doing right now.
let's see. I have what up, Ray?
So, Black, you wouldn't fight for this country?
Oh, hell no. But hey, I'm looking at it. It actually says, let me see. It says a man is generally too old to be drafted when he turns 26. It says the cutoff for registering with the selected services. It says older individuals up to 44 could theoretically be drafted, but the standard draft. So, I mean, I guess in an emergency, they would draft up to 44.
So how old are you again, brother?
The draft only applies to men, right? Not to women, right?
Yeah. World War II, it was up to 45.
Yo, that's why I thought 45. Okay. Yeah, man. So, yeah, brother. I noticed that when I asked him for his age, he kind of muted up real quick when he saw Rainisha pull up. I don't blame you, brother.
Hey, Roscoe, you got to change your name, bro. You don't understand.
Yeah, when I get the chance, I'm gonna go back to Cairo. Don't worry.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I think women can be drafted as well. Let me look this shit up.
People have been treating me differently since I made a Roscoe, so maybe.
Yeah, and Roscoe, believe it or not, I think yesterday you was in the room, you was in the goo a little longer than you should have been.
Yeah.
Because I was like, is that the racist boy?
No, because I remember the friend was in the room with Al. He was like, "Shut the fuck up, faggot." I was like, "What?" Like, nigga, I'm not gay. What you talking about?
Yo,
well, I didn't say that, but it was something like that, though. But it wasn't those words.
Like that.
But not those words.
Wow. Yeah, man. Yo, so Renisha, a white woman got shot in the face today and died. ICE, had to be having like the ski mask on and shit. They they tried to, illegally open up a door, and then she tried to move out the way with her car.
And she's trying to like go down there to make sure it doesn't get too crazy. So yeah, I mean that's horrible. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I'm about to go early.
Was an act of domestic terrorism.
Yo, so y'all want to hear Christy Noam's explanation? Hold on, I got this shit on music mode the whole time.
Was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them. Information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement.
Or apparently even ICE agents, right? Where they're trying to kind of tell a completely different story, but there's so many different depictions of actually what happened. And it's there to not get spun, there not to get deleted, and rinsed by the police departments. That news is right there, right in front of you. And so as they're trying to delete the shit, it's almost impossible. You know what I mean? So this is basically what's happening right now. What up, bro?
Did you say you were protesting, Muriel?
What up, MJ?
Yo, Puffman been Ghost. What up, Notorious?
What's good? Chilling. So, listen, man, y'all ready for that Summer of Love 5.0? Because this shit keep escalating the way it's going. We gonna happen to that young lady. She deserved it. If she was actually obstructing, I haven't gotten a chance to watch the video. If she was actually obstructing, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know. You kind of fucked around and found out. That's just my opinion. But outside of that, I think, unfortunately, we're picking a fight that really doesn't pertain to us. And I know, I don't know if people, I know I haven't been in this room in a long time, Lazo, but,
do me a favor, bro, because I feel what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I think you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't look at the top link. Maybe I should have that as a requirement. Everybody should look at the top link, and then you could be able to speak on it, because it makes it so much harder. You know what I'm saying? We're showing our biases. You know what I'm saying? And that could probably be problematic. And rest in peace to that young sister. But should that even really matter, right? Because for trying to get out of a way, from possibly two thugs trying to rob you, or worse, that shouldn't cause you a life sentence. That these cops or ICE agents shouldn't be judge, jury, and execution.
Lazo, but I prefaced it with the fact that I stated the fact that I don't believe, that she should have passed away. It was terrible what happened to her. Now, with that being said, the point that I was trying to make is that there's an element out there that's going to try to seize the moment in order to see chaos or sow chaos amongst the population because of what's happening. That was all the point that I was trying to make.
Does this cause more chaos?
I'm just watching the video, Alonzo. Can you hear me? Yeah, it looked like a clean kill. It looks like she used her vehicle as a weapon. It looked like she hit an ICE agent, and that was the ICE agent that shot her. Wait.
Yeah, Lazo, your mic. Yeah, you sound far away.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
All right, copy. I mean, maybe we should make it mandatory that ICE agents have a rule to where their face is not covered, right? So that way, in cases like this, like if, imagine, Poochie, your sister, God forbid, right, has a situation where two thugs, possible thugs, are approaching her car. One is on the side and one is like at the top corner on her driver's side.
Because I
Does that make
watched
sense
the
to you?
video. This is the first time I've seen the video. That was crazy.
If you watch the vehicle in slow motion, she actually hit him with the vehicle.
Yeah, she hit him with the vehicle, and he shot.
No, he's
y'all hear me now?
like an idiot.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
All right.
He was trying to drive off.
Yeah. So let's make this an exercise for the men in the room, right? Amici, if you have a sister and the same exact outcome or situation, not outcome, is happening, where these two possible thugs, both with guns, one gun pointed at her, and the one thug is at her door reaching to unlock her door, what would you tell your sister to do?
Come on, Lonzo, you know what you're doing. These aren't thugs.
Wait. Time out. They didn't. We don't know if they notified themselves. ICE isn't everywhere. So Amici. And P.S. They're not always, announcing who they are. There was a huge 6 months ago, 5-6 months ago, in like a really large Hispanic area. There was like a bunch of car washes and bodegas, and they didn't announce themselves. They just started fucking rounding people up.
I can tell you the reason why
they rounded up Black
agents
Americans and everything. It was bad.
My husband's a Homeland Security agent, and the reason why he messes up is because he does not like the orders that he was been provided from Christy Holmes, and they don't want to get sued. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, well, if you don't want to get sued, then don't do anything bad. Just, go do your job. If they're really illegals, arrest them. Other than that, nothing should be your business. And he's been doing that because he's been sent to D.C., he's been sent to Memphis, and now I'm thinking stupid. Like, don't do nothing stupid if you don't want to get sued. Yeah, that could be true, but the ones who are actually there to do their job only to enforce deportation, they're covering the face because they don't want to get sued, because some of them are telling them, hey, go. Like, one of the orders was that he said he's not going to do is to take children, minor children who came here illegally, and put them in in shelters. He doesn't want to do that. He doesn't feel comfortable leaving children. Say your mom has an order to stay, but you as a child had an order to remove. He doesn't want to do that, and he always says he defines his orders. But there's some.
No, that's the reason why they're removing them together.
No, they don't. Actually, that's not what they're doing, and I'm telling you.
No, Tom Homan came on the record and said that.
I'm telling you, as a wife of a Homeland agent, that's not actually the order. They're told.
Yeah, didn't Trump pass a law to separate the kids and the moms?
Yes, he's doing it right now. And my husband, that's one of the orders that he.
Administration. And it's.
Could you give us an excerpt from it?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I got you. 1 second.
Hey, Playboy, I sent you like an Instagram video in your back channel just now. I could have sworn this girl was you, yo. I was like, I know her from Clubhouse. But go ahead. And Pockets. Hey, yes. How do you one of your white sisters got.
I mean, I didn't shed a tear. If that's what people are, I just, people literally get shot every day. It's just amazing. It's a good timing. It's perfect timing.
Am I the only one that cried for her? I'm sorry? I think I'm the only one that cried.
Blocker.
Yeah.
Right? And it looks like she reversed, right? And then she went the other way and then tried to go around that white truck.
And there's one behind her as well.
And there's one behind. So yeah,
here's the thing.
Wait, tell
I can finish the whole thing.
Wait, before we overspeak.
Why don't do that?
No, because this is important. Right? Because the narratives change, right? And what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep it real.
Yeah, you don't evade police, or you don't evade ICE. In my eyes.
Wait, time out.
Yeah.
So this white American lady was possibly just going home or going to the store.
No,
right?
she was videotaping.
Well, she wasn't videotaping in the car.
How do we know that?
Wait, did you see the videos from the videotape that she put up?
She died.
Right. So my point to you, right, is if two.
Okay.
Goodies.
Did we confirm if these were real agents yet?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Yeah.
So my assumption.
But this is after she's murdered.
But that's it. I don't think that see to me. This is where I feel like because immigrants are dealing with this every day. Hold on, if I can finish. Dan, you can't ask me a question.
Hold on. Because you're speaking like a million miles a second, and.
Thank you. Let me at least complete my white lie. Please.
Yeah, can she at least complete her thought?
Yeah.
Ask another white woman. That's cool, bro. I can pick some in if you want.
All right, pick some in.
All right, cool. I don't have any white friends.
Well, time out. You know what? You could ask a white.
Because immigrants go through this. White woman, go ahead.
The light skinned nigga, okay.
Immigrants go through this every day, and they comply. Is all I'm saying.
Cool. Sure. We could actually see the difference between different groups of people. All right. Because we should do a case study.
Yeah, because my client said they were guilty.
Wait. Could you ping in more like?
I literally said they were guilty.
More Caucasian folks.
Yeah.
No, because
I bet. Hold on. I bet we're gonna get a lot of similar responses that Pocket did. Right.
Did you read my comments in the chat though before you asked me these questions?
What you led with, if you think that they're guilty, it just doesn't make sense.
You didn't.
Let him land his plane 1 second, and then I want to hear what he had to say there because it was going to be interesting.
Right. So my God, to me, is more of a system of imagination for formation of societies. It's imagine. That's why I bring up.
It's weird because you just said that my concept of God isn't like a Christian, and then you followed it up with "am I a Christian?" Right?
And then you started with I said
his pronouns of his God.
Using ask me about how I view God. So this is just if you don't give a fuck, don't ask me about how I view God.
No, I do. I said that I was interested, and the thing that I want to reflect upon though is the fact that you said, I think, and my God, those two things are really important to me because that tells me whatever your opinion is subjective. And there's nothing wrong with having a subjective opinion.
contradictory views right now, right? You're holding the classic Christian view, right? That God does these things, right? And then you just expressed a view that is the complete opposite. I don't even know what view it is. So like at the end of the day, what I want to know, right, is what do you actually believe? Or do you just hold two contradictory views? If that's the case, I'm just going to shut the fuck up. You're not worth my time.
What did I say God did?
No, I'm saying the way that you define God, right? The way that you define God is a contradiction. Can you run by your definition of God?
I don't think I tried to define God. I said what God has meant to me, and it like I said, I look at history. I look in the history context, and I see that it has played a formative role.
No, that's not what we're asking.
All different matters.
We're not out.
Anyway.
Because if you ask me, Will, I could just tell you. I can tell you exactly what God is. God is a fictional character from mythology. I can point you at examples of that. Thor, Zeus, Yahweh, Vishnu, all of these, right? Different examples of these fictional characters. So it's an easy question for me to answer. But when I ask you the question, we're not getting the same straightforward answer here.
Because I'm very imaginative.
We're not getting
I think because I can look into the Bible and be like, God is like He who moves the thunder. I could find some. But like, I don't.
That's all we're asking. It's not a hard question. What do you take God to be? Do you think He's an agent
I got you.
In our personal affairs, or do you think like He just created the world and kept the facts? Like, what is your view of God? You personally.
God, she is greater than everything.
Extensively?
A little bit. Excerpts.
Okay. Tell me what you think.
World. Do you know where a clitoris?
Wait, where is that?
You don't know? Okay.
The clitoris?
I know it hasn't just the clitoris.
Never heard of it. Oh, that's my library. What do you like Hegel? I do. Okay, I think
I've read, but there are some things I agree and some things I disagree. I think again, it's quite biased. I think he's quite biased in his assumptions. Is there anyone else that you've read other than?
fuzzy mathematics, which is used in artificial intelligence and is also foundational to African philosophy, as a matter of fact. And it's pretty contrary to, fuzzy logic is pretty contrary to classical logic. It accepts that contradictions do exist, but maybe they exist less in reality. Maybe it's like, they exist like 10% in reality and 90% in imagination.
So what do you mean by exist? Like what is it that you mean when you say
that's not accurate though?
Yeah, that's not.
What these different logic systems do is they accept different axioms, and as a result, some propositions which are going to be contradictions in one logical system are no longer contradictions in this other logical system with different axioms. That's what's actually happening there.
Can God go against his nature if God cannot go against his nature?
Yeah.
No.
The answer would be no, wouldn't it? Because that would be a contradiction in terms.
And then to say you have access to his nature.
Right. I think a better way of saying that. I think a better way of saying that is: can God go against his nature if nature is what you cannot go against?
Thank you, T. Thank you.
Is that like a rock so big that he himself cannot lift it?
Exactly. Right.
Mm-hmm. Or he could create a being more powerful than himself.
I mean, I think these concepts are ever evolving. When you ask me what I think God is, I express to you that I feel like
you're not a Christian.
Okay, well, like I am a Christian.
No. You couldn't possibly be.
My grandparents came from Africa too. My great-great-grandparents, all of them.
I don't really enjoy these.
Skin color doesn't matter in this debate.
Yes,
let's not bring race into.
Let's not deviate into race now.
Yeah, I'm not deviating into race, but y'all hyper-focused on it. That was the point I was making.
No, you brought up the fact that people don't think you're black.
That's not the point, though. That's not the point.
Whirl, stop for 1 second, please.
I'm sure.
Whirl, please stop for 1 second. Let's not turn this into a race conversation.
You said acting very.
Whirl, stop for a second, please. Please calm down. You said you were a Christian, dude. Calm down.
You and her interrupting me.
You keep on coming off of mic when I'm in the middle.
I was originally speaking, brother.
Oh my God, what are you doing? I can't hear you, right? So stop coming off of mic when I'm in the middle of talking because I can't hear what you're saying. It's ridiculous. Nobody can hear what the teachings of Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior is taught in the Bible?
Yes. Also,
then you're a Christian, right?
Okay, yes. And also, you and her are interrupting. Like, you're calling me, like, first of all, the point of what I said was not about race. For y'all to interrupt, because Gray and T, you interrupted, then called me emotional. I'm not, yo, bro, I want you to relax.
To be fair.
Please relax.
I'm very relaxed.
Calm down. Please just allow me to finish.
World, you were the one that brought up race.
I've allowed y'all to grace.
No, I'm telling you that you brought up, it was inappropriate to bring up race at that point.
Can I please be
allowed? We were talking about whether or not you were
talking about race.
Oh my,
as far as I'm concerned, you're a Christian. You answered the question, yes. That's the only test that I know of, right? But somebody has a better test for
great ignorance of the span of Christianity.
No, I don't. No, that's not true at all.
Okay, well, okay, I think I gotta go soon because y'all are overly interrupting. I'm not allowed to express any ideas. I've been here patiently.
At one point, did I say something about Christianity that was incorrect? What did
term world? Why don't we talk about theism, not Christianity?
Michaela, be quiet for a second. World, at what point has your idea of your religion has been possibly misconstrued to the interpreter that you were listing some credence out of it? But at what point do you not see that it relies on you, right, fundamentally to say, okay, it is just a story, and I
class in high school called Bible literacy, and I thought my teacher was an atheist, but he was like some weird Christian. I don't even remember what he said.
But
like,
you're adding to my point in that your view of the Bible and your religion has been misconstrued over time, and even in your interpretation and who you were taught from is going to be misconstrued from any sort of like proper a definition of what the Bible actually is horrible in aborting or ripping open the wombs of people. At what point are you a particularist, I should say, on what your religion actually means and why you follow it?
You mean I'm
about to say, 'cause this come from old school shit. When they got the drop on you, they got the drop on you, bro. That's it. And when somebody get the drop on you, that's it. Ain't nothing else. You can go and get shot up and killed. Yeah, you can floor it and try to get up out of there and shoot the car up and you go. Because when somebody got the drop on you, they got the drop, bro. They got you dead the eye. They got the gun pointed at you. It's game over at that point. The only other option you have at that point is comply, or they're gonna, blast you away. That's it.
No circumcision for the females? No. So what she's talking about is female genital mutilation. That's very different, right? That is not practiced in Islam at all. That is completely.
This is called Muslim.
There is part where there is circumcision for the females, right?
Just any old house of prayer. This is the Muslim children investing in more in the original lie instead with fatwa
for the females.
Cell phone. Yo, Nathan came in immediately. Hey, Nathan, tell me your top 5 action stars of all time.
Maybe, but these people actually have beautiful buildings. So when you're in the market, yeah, they tend to be a bit, I wouldn't say extra large, maybe large, medium large. Yeah, medium large. But it's just getting involved and helping them out accordingly. If you help them out, one of them, you can marry one of them, maybe.
I see the future, I see the past. It's not a friend of mine. This dream's full time, but I cut the line. I'm back, it's not a friend of mine. The truth burns bright on the dead design. The halls are echoing. Big deals are made. They trade influence. You can buy a soul with a bag of sand. Can feel the fire from a righteous hand. I'm back, it's not a friend of mine. The streets go tight, but I cut the line. They write the script, but I'm on the page. The stage is building, I'll break the cage. The power's bigger than the empire bends. The story's ours, will change the end. The will supreme, you leave the world a sacred dream. Through cosmos spark, creation flows. In this your soul, your wisdom grows.
Be so funny to me.
Did you see the cat dancing?
Yeah, and I saw the dog dancing earlier too. That shit was so funny.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Praise of your grace.
What you got to say, man?
In Israel's land, we seek your face, Hashem our King.
Oh, now you don't want to come on. Go ahead, what y'all saying?
Them AI toddlers would be so funny.
He putting his hand up. Come on.
Got people to do this though, like dance and.
Hey, y'all. Man, I was in Lonzo's. Lonzo's a no good, dirty little snake, anti-American, hateful, evil, bigoted, racist, sycophant.
You know what's crazy about Lonzo? I'm right over there with Lonzo too. I agree with Lonzo. I don't care about that white lady.
Man, you heartless, dog. That's an end. That poor woman lost her life out of anger.
She should hit the gas. I should press the gas, brother.
Well, I'm just saying, Lonzo's the sicker motherfucker because he's on a social audio chat, happy that it was a fucking white woman. That's some sick shit right there. That's a fucking pathetic young man. That's pathetic.
I guess we pathetic too. We don't care.
No, you don't understand my point. What I'm saying is he's happy that it was a white woman, and he's just gloating about it. If it was a black woman,
I gotta say this the same.
I don't know why I've chill with y'all.
Are you the guy that had surgery? Did you have surgery in your throat?
Nah, my ex-wife slit my throat 3 years ago.
Okay, so yeah, that's him.
Oh, you been there before. Are you trying to kill yourself?
Nah, I said I got damage to my vocal cords. My ex-wife.
Oh, this is real life shit.
And
I'm saying you try to kill yourself? Oh shit. Wicked out here.
She converted to Islam. She became a Muslim.
Wicked, what did you do?
She started screaming Allahu Akbar and tried to fucking murder me. And they put her.
Yeah, that's right, Daniel. Yeah, no.
Sir, what do you think about the man that's in your PTR?
It looks to me like Christ is king, and that Kanye and Charlie Kirk, something going on with that Trinity.
Bro, I'm fucked. You're fucked, Daniel. You're the one who said you committed the crimes, not me. I didn't commit any
Was
crime.
that intentional? It looks like Charlie Kirk.
You said Kanye.
I'm just saying, somebody killed Charlie
Wait,
Kirk.
but I mean, you didn't answer my question. What did you do for her to do that? Like, why did she do that?
I didn't do that. I saw somebody else on the PTI screenshotted it.
No, I guess you're talking about the person that slit your throat.
Yeah.
She was like, Allahu Akbar, and just trying to fucking murder me. She's a crazy bitch. I met her on Hinge.
No, you lying. How long ago was that?
I met her 6 years ago. She slashed my throat 3
Hinge
years
was a
ago.
thing 6 years ago?
Yeah, Hinge was around 6 years ago. That's where I met her. She was my sugar baby.
Man, you a liar.
Oops, did y'all hear it? My bad. I was blow drying my hair.
I mean, I got retired out of the post office.
In the other room, they were like talking about his voice. That's how I remember.
Nah, I worked at the post office, but I'm on disability now after she slashed my throat.
So how many cigarettes does it take you to get to the...
It's not cigarettes, mother skunk. Yo.
Oh, I just came back in the room.
The man say you got a slight. Oh. You came in before?
No, I don't think so.
Man, Resistance is one of the most anti-Semitic Jewish
No, I see my title, so I came in.
Resistance is trash. This guy's
hold on, Black. Hold on. We spoke to you already. What's the problem, Resistance?
For anyone to be standing with American terrorists to gun down innocent people in the street.
Okay. You watch your video?
Yup.
Okay. So why she stepped on the gas?
Because she was afraid, because the other officer was trying to pull on her other door. She probably didn't even know who it was. She probably was scared. Like any typical normal person would probably do that.
So you couldn't see all them police cars that was behind you with the lights on?
Those are terrorists. She was scared. Everyone.
Oh, they terrorists.
Yeah, most people are scared. I say liberal. Liberal is what the facts are.
Are you liberal?
If you go to any city where
So if you see, let me ask you a question, Brody. If you're in a car and you see these terrorists, these said terrorists, how about with uniforms on and everything, and police cars behind you, you gonna hit the gas?
they weren't wearing uniforms. They're wearing fake military type, camouflage.
So you see the military still say uniform though.
Uniform.
That's not considered a uniform to the common everyday American citizen. They're not American citizens.
I see lights right. That's not an American citizen in the car though. That's not an American citizen in the car.
With ski masks. Yes, it was. She was a white lady.
No. What the fuck does that mean?
She a white lady. She American.
You think just because somebody's white, they're American?
Yeah, 90% of the time.
Actually, ain't they kicking out other people too? Hold on, let me look at other people.
When they kicking out?
They're not kicking out Irish people too? Hold on, let me see this right here.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Let's see the stats on that. Hold on right quick. Hold on, I got you though. Hold on. Go ahead, keep talking.
Look what they doing though. Look what they did to this black man. Look at.
This is not punitive in nature, but only to make it possible for yours truly to maintain the aforementioned queue. If that happens to you and you want a second go at it, raise your hand. Time permitting, you will be invited back on the stage for a second opportunity to speak, unlike many of the other rooms on Club. If the moderator, yours truly, or one of the other moderators for that matter, asks you a question, please do not take it the wrong way. It's not because we are looking for an argument. Nay, it's only because we have a question. You're not in a court of law. We're trying to make. Actually, if you look at it from the proper perspective, we're trying to help you make your point. So with that, I welcome you to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're just a little over a minute away from starting officially at precisely the top of the hour. For those of you who are messaging me, I do not take messages while I'm moderating for obvious reasons. Who have I not welcomed into the room? Andrew. Who else? Robin, Marina, Met, Mary Lou, how do you do? M, Shin or Shine, Sexy, Echo, Michael and Leonard, welcome to the room as well. We're less than a minute away from starting to discuss this breaking news. David Katz, welcome to the room. this breaking news about what happened in Minneapolis. To determine what happened. Folks, it's the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. Today's topic is, was the Minneapolis ICE shooting justified? And I will tell you that I will allow a little liberty in the discussion today beyond this specific incident, because I'm sure there are many people who believe that this incident was something that was inevitable based on the manner in which these ICE operations have been held, and the fact that there have been demonstrations by people who are very emotionally opposed to what they are doing, that the the policy is being prosecuted by Homeland Security is fair game in our discussion today. But of course, I want to discuss the specific incident in hand at great length as well. So basically, if people haven't seen the video, it's all over the place now. All the television networks are airing it. It's all over the internet. There are several angles because several people were videotaping this. But there was an ICE activity going on in Minneapolis. Now, we do not see what precipitated this. So we can only see what we see from the welcome double to the stage. Relatively slowly to the driver's door. Now, I don't know whether they intended to arrest her. It is an offense, of course, to block ICE agents from doing their duty. So at this point, there's nothing really unusual about this. This is kind of the cat and mouse game that goes on whenever there are an influence. The message we're trying to the government is trying to portray upon us as to what's going on there. So this is where the influx ICE agents and operations are. And of course, that brings out people who are protesting against them. President says they're paid protesters. I don't know how he would know this, but at any rate, the one agent approaches the driver's side of the car and tries to open the door. She apparently is trying to get away. Now, at that moment, her wheels are pointed straight. And if you pay attention, and I actually had to watch the video several times, there is another ICE agent who scurried over much more rapidly than the agent who went to the door, who's standing like at her 11 o'clock. Her car is road, but to be parallel with the street in order to make her get away. Now, I'm presuming that was what's in her mind. We'll never know. She's dead. That's when, Howard, I got to give you your hat back. Let me fix that. This is a priority. There we go. In a split second, and let me just say, when it comes to law enforcement and their actions, they have to make split-second decisions. We pray that the decisions that they make are the correct ones. They pray that the decisions they make are the correct ones. that agent who had been at her 11 o'clock, opens fire. Already, almost immediately, of the description that I just made, was in fear for his life, and the shooting was justified. The president went so far as to say he's lucky he's not dead. Other people, including the governor, Ilhan Omar, and others, have been quick to go to Twitter, the mayor, who said, quote, to ICE, "Get the fuck out of my city." That's a quote. Have decided that this was an unjustified shooting because it was clear that she and I interpret. Let me just make a comment about the agent who opened fire. His actions before he opened fire. And of course, that would not justify her trying to run him over. But to me, I'm just going to give you my observation. It doesn't appear to me that she's trying to run him over. I can understand the argument in his mind, because you kind of have tunnel vision at a time. In my days as a reporter, many times, going to raid the house. And then you use a battering ram to kick in the door. You stand, unfortunately, the one cop with the battering ram is exposed. You stand to the side of the door. Here's something else. It doesn't even have to be something as intense as that. If you are a police officer and you're going up to question somebody, potentially a suspect, and you come and you knock on the door, you ring the bell, you stand to the side of the door so that you're not in the potential line of fire. This guy put himself in harm's way. This does not justify what she may have been trying to do if the president at all, Kristi Noem, who, by the way, called this an act of domestic terrorism. Police. This was not an act of domestic terrorism. Usually the cop's not standing in front of the car. Usually what happens is it's the guy who's trying to open the door, and then the car speeds away and the officer is dragged. But when that happens, it's a confrontation, it's an illegal act on the part of the driver, but it's not domestic terrorism. And to call this domestic terrorism, this is my commentary, is to really demean what it really is domestic terrorism. 9/11 was terrorism. Okay, that wasn't domestic. Blowing up buildings with pipe bombs, that's domestic terrorism. This would not, even in the worst case scenario of what we saw, qualify as domestic terrorism. I don't know why they have to always overstate their case, this government. But in fact, that's exactly what they did. But at any rate, you don't put yourself in the potential line of fire. You never do that. roadside. In my opinion, he contributed to what happened by standing where he stood. Again, from my view of it, she was clearly trying to drive away. The president also threw more gasoline on the fire when you can have one video, maybe on both videos, a woman screaming in protest for what's happening. Might have actually been the person who was videotaping it because the audio was so loud, but it might have been somebody else standing near the person who was videotaping it. And the president already has, in his True Social post, said that, quote, obviously, that was a paid protester. No, Mr. President, obviously. And demonstrators. I can't show bias towards one or the other. I am there to report what's going on. I, of course, internalize and will later in the newsroom discuss with my colleagues what I saw. All those idiot protesters or those stupid cops, depending on what my perspective is. But when I'm out on the street, I am not going to get involved. I am there to observe. But I got to tell you, as a human being, which I believe I am before I am a reporter, had I, as a person who's trained to express a dispassionateness, if I had seen somebody shot to death right in front of me by an ICE agent, and if I had perceived, as I do now looking at the video, that it was not justified, whether I'm right or wrong in my it would just make me a human being reacting at the moment to what I saw. There's no need for the president to make comments like that, in my opinion. This is a time to try to calm things down. By the way, I would rather hear the Homeland Security Secretary, the President of the United States, and Tom Emmer, and I would rather hear Tim Walz, the mayor of Minnesota, and Ilhan Omar, instead of passing judgment based on what color glasses, red or blue, they are viewing what happened, call for an investigation and call for calm. That's what leadership does in a situation like this. Even if you 100% believe that the ICE agent deserves your support or with President Trump. And he expressed his concern about what happened, and he has pledged a full investigation, and I support him in that action. That's what I want to hear. But that's not what I heard. And I think that's really reprehensible from a leadership position. You are not constrained by this. You're not in the leadership. You're in the constituency. And so I'm not suggesting that you cannot have an opinion either in support of the action or in condemnation of the action. I want to know what you have to say about that.
But Ice Barbie is a problem, for sure.
And she stood there with a cowboy hat on. And that was just, I don't know. Okay, whatever.
I always think people should refer to her by her Capitol Hill nickname. Don't address in particular here.
Well, I don't think that everybody in the administration was picked based on their ability to do the jobs to which they were assigned. They were picked for other reasons, in my opinion.
They were picked based on if they would kiss the president's behind, unfortunately.
And for other reasons potentially as well, but I don't want to get into that today. So this is a very serious incident that we see occurring in Minnesota. And again, as I said in the very beginning, the discussion can expand beyond this specific incident to the actual policies. And I wrote this in the text. I asked the question, I don't think anybody lied from established case law as to proper procedure of law enforcement in their interactions with citizens. Because we've seen a lot of people just grabbed off the street by ICE because racial profiling. Well, there's case law against racial profiling. You have to have an articulable suspicion, reason to detain somebody in the United States of America. This is not Nazi Germany where they just stop people back then and say, papers, please. But that's what it's becoming when it comes to the ICE agents. So, but they feel indemnified, perhaps, based on the basis to the Homeland Security Secretary to the freaking President of the United States. Okay, I've spoken way longer than I normally do. I'll start calling folks in the order in which I see them. Today, that order begins with Scott, followed by
Yeah, so I looked at a few videos. I just saw a recent one that was 35 seconds long. It looks to me, I mean, from everything I can see, and it wasn't the first ones I found were like the 18-second versions, and I couldn't see much at all. I saw one that was like 35 seconds long, and it seems clear to me that this woman's pulling away. She gets shot several times, and after she gets shot, the car speeds up. So it looks to me like she lost consciousness or something, went into, like as a result of the gunshot. Then she starts swerving and hits the ICE officer. Right?
You can never be American, man.
So that, talking shit about him. Like what happened. I mean, I don't think, had they not shot her, I mean, they had her license plate, right? How hard would it have been to apprehend her if they probably they could have not used force. Now, this woman was. I'm looking. I see in the stories I find that she's a 37-year-old American, as I said, a resident of Minneapolis, who I don't know if this woman's an immigrant or not. I couldn't find.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that. Gee, I thought that. I didn't see that she was an immigrant. Yeah, so I'll just say this. Now I'll just opine. And then,
whatever, that's we believe.
If you are in the United States, you have as a civilian 100 times greater chance of getting shot than you do as a civilian by a police officer than you do if you're in Finland. Mornings when possible. In contrast, in Finland and Norway, generally require that police obtain permission from a superior officer whenever possible before they shoot someone. They need permission from a superior officer, right? You're just not. So I don't know. I think that how often does this stuff happen in Europe? It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in pure nations. Our amount of gun violence, our amount of police violence, they hire than pure nations. What's the deal? Is it because we're just a rabidly violent group of people, despite the fact that we're a pretty affluent society? I tend to not think so. I think we've got a lot of guns. We've got a militarized police force. The militarized police force has been a problem for a long time. It got worse after 9/11 when you got all right where there's more guns in the country than people, and you have an amped up militarized police force knowing that they're policing a citizenry, where there's guns just everywhere. I'm shocked this doesn't happen more. Yeah, I mean it's a systemic problem, and militarizing the police and not having a zillion guns running around would probably do a lot to mitigate.
So much they were signing for other.
Our thoughts and prayers are with the family of the woman who is no longer with us. Thanks, Gary.
Well, it's the initial reaction of law enforcement in general when something like this happens is to circle the wagons and support the law enforcement officer. That's the initial reaction. And sometimes that's justified. Maybe
another attack on the CTA.
in an investigation,
went around 11 o'clock last night at the 69th
when they get out there with their charts and their angles and they talk about psychologically, he thought that she was trying to run him over. The fact that the car, after the shots were fired, officer at the time. But Brian made.
Gary, what you're saying is the vehicle, as it swerves to the driver's left, you're saying
who represents that area?
No, the driver's right. She was swerving to the right.
For months.
Oh, in the video I saw it.
No, she was perpendicular to the roadway, facing him. From the video, it's right to left. The officers exit. Found her car.
Right. I get that. But when I hear the gunshots and the video I'm looking at,
Here in the 44, and he said he did this not because he
No,
was
she ends up down the street about
20 yards.
40 yards, right?
Yeah, and
away from the car that the officers exited. So therefore,
what I'm saying is she's moving to the left driver's side of the road and she gets shot.
Bash the CTA.
After she moves to the right, the car veers to the left.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. But that was after the fact.
But that car she hits is not the ICE agent's car.
No, that's probably an innocent neighbor's car that got hit.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Just trying to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Jane, followed by Black and White.
Okay. Hey, thank you, Scott. I think it's helpful to be clear on the facts of what happened. The lens that we're looking at this. Is ICE justified? Might be a question that I would ask. Why do we have this happening? So to me, that is all context for what appears to be a gross misuse of power by really, I changed my PTR to Stasi because I don't think it's that far off. I know some people are saying Gestapo. I'll go more with this because, people get very literal, but there is to my knowledge, police enforcement isn't playing by the rules that many of us who are civilized Americans would, like our Constitution and all those things. So this is the context. They are picking up citizens of this country, ICE I'm speaking about, we can yesterday and the way that the actual political violence of January 6th 5 years ago has been minimized. This is all part of a broader effort, unfortunately, to control people like this lady, I don't know, young woman, I shouldn't call her a lady, who was actually under the letter of the law on protest, but nonviolent protesting of the fact that there are masked, very unconventional, very anti-American, masked federal agents who are not abiding by, and most of the rules of civil rights. I mean, I'm picking the broadest things to make this just an illustration, Gary, of what I feel like you're intimating. Is the rules aren't being followed, nor are the morals and values. So I'll leave it there. Marshall, small bone to pick with you. Quickly, a friendly one.
Please pick the small bone. If
I
I've
will.
done something, if I
no, it's very simple. I appreciate and applaud, Marshall. I would use a sound effect. It's not really done here. Your statements about Kristi Noem. And I would invite you to apply the same critique and vitriol to the rest of the cabinet, especially the men. Thanks.
Well, I hope you're not intimating that Marshall only picks on Kristi Noem because she's
No.
You're misunderstanding the sentiment that's meant in. She's not mad at me. She's just saying, hey, there are other people too. That's all.
Yeah, the only reason I jumped in on that was disobedience. We as a nation applaud it. When there is civil disobedience here, which, by the way, is encouraged by the Constitution, encouraged, not permitted, encouraged by the Constitution, then we throw up our arms and think, oh, well, the shooting was justified. I evoke imagery of Tiananmen Square. They didn't blow that guy away for standing in the path. He stood in the path of a tank. He impeded the military in their business in Tiananmen Square and became a hero around the world, especially in the United States, for doing so. Now, Martin Luther King Jr., when he would protest, and when he knew that it was civil disobedience, like people who chain themselves to the doors of banks on May 1st or whatever. They intend to be arrested. It's part of the street theater. And the cops walk up and they break the chain and they put the zip tie on them and they walk them or sometimes carry them over to the paddy wagon. Can I say paddy wagon? I was once told that was a slur against Irish people by a news director. Although all the Irish people I know, including those in my family, view it as a positive because in their minds it was, here comes Paddy with the wagon, because when the Irish came here, one of the few jobs that they could get was in the police. But they know they're going to have to spend some time in jail and then appear before
if you have the ability to get out of the way, you probably should. I think that's a fairly decent idea. There is, however, let's see. Blocking the road constitutes under federal law what's known as interference, which is an arrestable offense. It doesn't constitute getting shot. The video I looked at, I really couldn't tell she was trying to run somebody over. Maybe I am missing something, and if I am, that's interesting. But the federal code for assault states or intimidates any person who forms account of the performance of official duties during such terms of service shall, where acts in violation of this section constitute only simple assault, be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year, or both, where such acts involve physical contact with the victim, the assault, or intent to commit another felony, be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 8 years. The enhanced penalty. Whoever in commission of any acts described in subsection A uses deadly or dangerous weapon, including a weapon intended to cause death, danger, but fails to do so by reason of defective component. Essentially, cars can be weapons. Or inflicts bodily injury shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years. Have the right to interfere. You shouldn't get shot for interfering, but you don't have the right to interfere. If you constitute an assault on an officer, a federal officer, as I understand it, I've got it. Statute 18 U.S. Code 1501, obstruction of process. The statute criminalizes knowingly and willfully obstructing the service or execution of a legal process. Problems applying it here. ICE agents must be executing specific legal processes, e.g. warrant service. I don't know why they say EG instead of IE. The defendant must knowingly obstruct that process. Courts construe the statute narrowly. Let's see. Sometimes cited in protests or riots, requires civil disorder, requires intent to obstruct law enforcement during that disorder, which, as I understand it, which qualify, requires violence or dangerous conduct, driving a car in an aggressive manner, a law enforcement officer qualifies. Single driver in traffic encounters does not qualify. And the last one to this is going to be assaulting, resisting, or impeding federal officers.
Hey, Gary,
So anyway, the bottom line of all this is, Marshall, nobody's questioning that they did not have the right. In other words, everybody recognizes they have the right to arrest her for booking them.
If I could wave my magic wand and I could be the cop,
it's a great day for the law, Gary.
Yeah, it's not.
It's a great day for America.
At that split
Domestic
second,
terrorists have been captured and killed.
or mistakenly that she was coming at you.
Slava! USA! USA! I want to prefer she didn't get shot, but she had to get shot. Is that what he's saying? Oh no, Marshall.
Maybe I'm wrong, so somebody would have to double check me just to be sure. If you commit assault on a federal officer, they are then greenlit to use force. Greenlit's not the right word, but
if I point a gun at a federal officer, he has the right to shoot me. And likewise, if I try to run him over with my car and he can't get out of the way, he has the right to shoot me to protect himself. So the question here is, did he have the right to pull the trigger? It appears to my uninformed eyes, just like it does to yours, that he did not. Here's a big part of the problem. People are protesting on the streets. There are people wearing combat helmets and green camouflage like they're in a jungle. Now, I'm looking right now at video. The people were actually standing in an alleyway between houses. An alleyway. And the ICE agents walk up to them and pepper spray their face and beat them to the ground. They're wearing masks and dark glasses. They look like freaking RoboCop. Look, this sense, as Scott was implying earlier, a message of occupation to the community. These are not military folks. These are ICE agents. They are anonymous. There's no way to.
I don't like that. I don't like that either. And it reminds me of the Soviet checkup. But I think the blunt truth is, unless we change the rules, that's how we're going to operate.
Well, I guess they have the right under the law because they're doing it, and nobody stopped them from acting in this manner. And as Scott pointed out, we've given law enforcement broad latitude since 9/11. Boy, was that license to do what they're doing now, which we would never have allowed as a society. We never did allow as a society prior to 9/11.
And Gary, just like even post 9/11, right? Obama was famously the reporter in chief, and if you have an Obama article.
And without a lot of lawsuits, there's not much of a way to stop it. It may be cruel, but he seems like he'll be able to exercise some of the cruelty no matter what we think. It seems like he'll be allowed, because the executive has the discretion on immigration, because the court's given the executive wide latitude on immigration, that unless Congress shapes up and does its job, there's not much you can do to stop him aside from suing for civil rights violations in the courts. I'm not saying that to be a doomer or pessimistic. I'm simply saying we don't like how the law allows him to act. What that should incentivize us to do is change the law. We haven't done that. But we should. That's what it should incentivize the American people to want. It should work better, properly. Have a law where you actually have to show your face, where you actually have to show your shield number, instead of being able to hide behind the letter of the law and not the spirit of the law. Trump's a letter of the law guy. If it says you screwed up and you screwed up, well, he's going to enforce it. But the spirit of the law is equally as important in the law's execution. For example,
I'm sorry, Marshall. It's 5:50.
Oh,
5:45 already.
Fine, that's my problem. Sorry, Gary.
Yeah, it's okay. So I just want to point out as I go to Howard and then finally Black, there are a number of municipalities that pass rules that preclude people from wearing masks while demonstrating. But laws. But then you can have ICE agents wearing masks while enforcing the laws.
Have the last word, but tragic, just tragic what happened today, and I'll leave it there. Thanks.
We'll try to get to you. I'm going to try to get to everybody today because there are a lot of people on the stage, and we're running a little late, but I'm going to try my best. Black followed by Double.
Hey, Gary, it's two things I want to say. One is this Border Patrol agent should be promoted and give a bonus, and two, domestic enemies of the state, terrorists, have been eliminated. It's a great day for the law and a great day for America. God bless Secretary Noam.
Is that who I think it
God
is?
bless the
ICE.
Immigrants are not terrorists.
Yeah, I think that's trolling. Let's not even respond to it. Double followed by Zed.
They kicked me.
She trying to leave. Why would you stop your big investigation or your big takedown to create a law? And then number two thing that I want to point out is that I don't know if you guys know, but law enforcement agencies in the United States have exchange programs. What does that mean? That means that police, law enforcement, and federal law enforcement have the ability to bring in other law enforcement agents from other places. Now, if we can do that, and there's been reports of, people saying that, because we had that exchange program where the IDF soldiers and everything came over and we went over there and they did all this training together. They're saying that they are in our ICE. Now, I'm not saying that's true or not, but it is in law that it could be true, right? So my thing is that if this isn't a psyop, which it's like almost for sure it is, if it's not a psyop, then
how deep this goes.
Build a full AI hunting system, and it's already targeting 1.5 million people. First, there's Palantir's Immigration OS. It pulls data from the FBI, IRS, Social Security, DMV records, even traffic cameras all into one platform. The AI analyzes everything, detects patterns, and flags who to go after. ICE paid Palantir $30 million for it. Then there's the capture layer. According to 404 Media, ICE just paid a company called AI Solutions
on social media.
We don't have to do that. No other community is holding hands or saying it's on the woman's person.
Business, stay out. Stay out the fucking way. Let these people do their job. Don't do nothing stupid to get on TV because you might end up in the fucking casket.
Yo, not a
realest shit ever said. Because this is the other thing, right? Because I'm seeing people in the chat saying comply or die. When has that never been for especially black people? Now they're making it the reality for quote unquote white people. So like, what the fuck, bro? You know, if you know you're not doing it right and you get
Point of order, moderate. Put me in the queue.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, if this was a black woman, half of Minneapolis would have been burned the fuck to the ground already. So we got a double standard, but we got a new standard in America, FIFO, and they are gonna promote this border patrol and
And another thing that we're not understanding is that it's not really about black and white. See, these liberals want you to think it's about black and white. It ain't about that right now. It's about citizens and non-citizens. They don't give a fuck what your skin tone is. This ain't got shit to do with skin tone right now. This has to do with paperwork. What your paperwork says. If your paperwork, if you are a Caucasian, if your paperwork says you belong in Russia, you are getting the fuck out.
What's your paperwork say?
Says that you are fucking Sudanese and you are a Arab from Sudan. You are getting the fuck out. They do not care. It is paperwork driven right now, and we need to make that mental shift and understand. Have your shit on you, because if you don't belong here, they're getting you out. And if you actually got naturalized here, they're still trying to denaturalize. So this
shooting overshadowed. So first, the state of Minnesota is under a literal microscope. The federal U.S. House Oversight Committee is now doing a full fraud investigation that began yesterday. Hearings proceeded today. They'll probably go through the rest of this week, and they'll recess probably until next month. Tim Walsh and Governor are up for testimony February the 10th. So that is huge news. But also, what else happened today in Minnesota politics that is being overshadowed by this situation? The House has now put legislation on the table and has moved to bring Ilhan Omar and her brother/husband into questioning. Both of their citizenships are up on the table for denaturalization and are they moving to remove her from Congress? That's light work, okay? Now moving to denaturalize and deport her and the husband that made her an American citizen. This is going to rattle every immigrant community. Do you understand that once she is denaturalized, what this does to every immigrant in the country?
Wait, was she born here?
Radical left. This is why the radical left is going crazy. Most of them are either immigrants or descendants of immigrants themselves, which means that Ilhan's denaturalization opens all, including Mawina, to being denaturalized and deported.
Yo, what the hell you put me?
Right? It appears appears, or they're trying to, make it look like the quote unquote liberals, the people that support, for these people to come into this country, especially illegally, right? Like, yo, bro, you better watch yourself. And that's what I was saying. I said it earlier, right? This is now beyond that. This is just it's about the pit Americans against Americans, right? Because at the end of the day, whether or not you could be an American from 1800s, 1700s, that you're here and you have a proclivity, or you're pro-immigration, or you could be an American that's been here that's anti-immigration. You're more on the conservative side, right? And that's the battlefield that they're trying to create here, and that's why I was bringing up, because if you look at what's happening, to the leader, the kidnapping of their president. You know what I'm saying? So, and then keep in mind, right? There was that border. There was build a wall to keep all these Latinos out of America. Blah 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 blah. So, like the geopolitics that's happening. There's the geopolitical side, and then there's the domestic side that's happening. To the extent that, hey man, the petrodollar is dying out. Unless America gets back on the gold and silver standard constitutionally, because that is what Article 1, Section 10, right? Our currency is supposed to be backed by gold and silver, right? But right now it's backed by fucking, the military, one way or another, and whoever we go and conquer and make sure that however they're making their trades is with the dollar. So, shit, fuck it.
I think I've only had one negative interaction with the police, and he was being an asshole for no reason. But other than that, there was one time a cop pulls me over, he gave me a ticket, and then he gave me the money to pay for it. I swear to God, no one believes me. But the police ain't all that bad. They're not all that bad, man. Wait. And he was a white officer too.
He gave you the money to pay for it.
He gave me. I didn't have any insurance, and I was like, you know what? Just give me the ticket, man. I acted like I was good. I was like,
no, man. Look. I've been pulled over several times. Several times, and just allowed them. Like I said, hey, look, like you can do everything. Gave them my passport. Because I did have my driver's license. So state troopers pulled me over. County pulled me over. I gave him my passport. No, I didn't say that. I was like, all right, bet. I'm about to just stay quiet. You know what I'm saying? And bada bing, bada boom. Shit, they did whatever the fuck they were doing, and I moved on. That's what I'm saying. If you're not doing anything wrong, right? And law enforcement, whether it's on the federal level, be it ICE or whatever it is, FBI and all that good shit, right? Or your state troopers, or your local government, which is your county or your city, pulling you over, right? Like, there's no need for you to not just chill. Just chill. And you don't even have to tell them what they're doing is wrong, whatever. You know what I'm saying? If you know what you were doing was within your constitutionally protected rights, man, take that shit up in court, man. That's it.
Yeah, I saw a video recently, and I forget the exact phrasing, but if you get the idea that the cop is fishing, there it does is it's showing that you want to comply, and also shows, it tells him, hey, let's get this, I'm going to comply, let's do what we got to do so we can both get on our way. But I'll look for that. But
let me tell you what the issue is. I remember one time I had to go to court for some shit, and like, have y'all ever been in those type of courtrooms where you're waiting, but you can also see other people's like sentencing, not sentencing, but like let's say it's like traffic violations, and you see what other people, so I was on probation for like possession or some shit. I was in Texas, and I was about to get off that shit, right? And there's this one, it was a mother and a son, and they're in front of me. Now they gave me a slap on the wrist, like, and they're about to get a slap on the wrist too. Put a book at them, like gave them a shit ton of fines, extended their probation, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, yeah, that isn't fair. But at the same time, it's like, why would you give a state worker who gets paid $65,000 an hour who could legally fuck up your life? Why be an asshole? All they want you to do is to respect the tiny amount of power that they have in their miserable lives. I make more. Most of the people in the fucking room makes more than a fucking cop, hopefully. So it's like, their job is a power trip. Don't give them a reason. Every single time I'm in front of the authorities, I treat them like they have power, and they don't give me any problems.
Hey, look, and to that point, I've been in a similar situation, like traffic court, right, where particular individuals would say, oh, not guilty, and then whatever was being shown proved them to be guilty, got the book slapped at them. Crazy.
You can lie, but because they respect you if you lie, because it's like, you know what I mean? But like, if you're being disrespectful and an asshole, they're gonna be an asshole times 10. Now I have seen. Now this is what I will say. Depending on the neighborhood, there are cops who profile, and there are cops who I've seen it not happening to me, but I've seen cops who pick on people because they already think they're criminal anyway. So I have seen that. But most of the times, it's normally a person who's giving them a hard time, and then they decide, since you're giving me a hard time, I'm going to give you the worst time.
Yeah, I think the main thing is you never want it, no matter who you're talking to, the cop or you're in court, you never want to give an attitude like you don't care about what you did. So if you were speeding and you go into court, you don't want to say, yeah, I was speeding, so what? You at least want to say, yeah, I was speeding because my mother was crying and the dog, and then they ate my homework, and then my kid was coming home. You at least want to give them something like, yeah, I knew I was doing something wrong, but I think I had a good reason. But, saying, well, yeah, as soon as you give them attitude, it means they take it as this person
you're not
doesn't care.
It's called about it's about principle. Care. It's the principle of being an honor.
Yeah, and
you call the judge what? What do you call the judge?
Yeah,
your honor, right? So you're calling on his honor. Now, if you're dishonorable, if he calls it your honor and your honor is fucking null and void, good luck.
Yeah, but I agree with that. I'm also saying you want to show that you care about. Understand you're not supposed to speed. You understand you're not supposed to roll through a stop sign, etc., etc. That's the other element I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's a thing to be said for respect for authority. That right there, I think everyone should come to terms with. There are going to be laws in a just civil society. So, like Alan is saying, like Lord is saying, like I'm hearing reverberated, to people is understanding that you need order. There has to be authority. So you can debate later on whether how that played out, but in the moment, the idea that you have no authority over me, I wouldn't recommend you going down that road. A lot of people like to do different teaching depending on what rooms, who individuals in your ear. They like to try to figure out the heard online about, say, this magic phrase or something, and you don't really know what you're saying. You might want to just remember you were doing 90 and a 70, and they pulled you over. Just know that there's a price for that, but the price isn't you're gonna die. So registration, whatever it might be, driver's license, just recognize that. Okay, whatever that is, at some later date, you deal with that. But in the moment, they are designed to have authority to protect and to serve and you and everything else. So granting that mindset or embracing that mindset will go a long way to recognize there are people in society that have authority over you. That's a good place to start.
I guess y'all ain't never known no crooked cops and no crooked judges and all that old fuck shit y'all ain't doing. I have. So you get the respect that you give. And
folks not following the law and license and be nice and kind to the judge. This ain't what the fuck we talking about. We talking about a liberal. We talking about white people, and we talking about all these foreigners in the streets going against authority. They are going against authority, okay? And that's why she's dead, is because she went against authority. They created a gray area. So let's stick to the topic at hand. Is if you are a left, don't put your dumb ass in the street and stay out these people's way while they do what they're supposed to do. And again, I just told you that they have already aligned with different AI companies. They know who the fuck everyone is. They know everyone's background, families, their kids, where you were, where you are, and who everyone who's attached to you. So by the time if you self-deport, $1,000 if you self-deport. So at some point, when they come and get your ass, understand, and you decide that you still, after all of that warning, want to be defiant, or people who are ignorantly defending this behavior, shit is gonna happen. But I promise you, this guy, this police officer, this ICE agent, I don't know. I think he might get the fuck off. I think he might get off because, again, we are not understanding the times we're in. This is not 1965. This is 2026. The rules are different, and it is clear that it has been invaded, and there's fraudulent behaviors from a bunch of foreigners and politicians who supported it and are also
So, I don't know, man. I just want to be
that's a crime. It used to be a crime to be a black person.
Yeah, you speak
define that.
people. What?
So your very existence was a crime.
Yeah, it's not legit.
He's a foreigner. Hold on, he's a foreigner. He's not black.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, is that wrong?
No, you're talking like one. You're not wrong, but you're just talking like one. That's all.
But even if it doesn't matter what I am, Isn't it just
No, it matters. It matters what you are. You're saying it used to be a crime to be Black American.
But it's not true.
It's not a used to crime. It's not used to.
You're saying it's still a crime to be a Black American.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, they can't do anything now because we have sovereignty. Okay.
So that means it's not a crime to be a Black American anymore, right?
No, you're not understanding. So what has happened, just so you can understand in small context, is now the Caucasians are trying to backtrack and they're trying to get y'all the fuck up out of here. So we are just waiting. We're just on the sidelines, not getting in the way.
So if they don't allow a cascade of illegals to come in, then they're racist and xenophobic. But if they do allow that to happen, they're trying to sabotage your community.
No, what has happened is that they wanted to be the only people to loot, and now y'all are looting too, and they're saying y'all too much. That's basically bottom line what has happened. they want to be the only looters. They said get the fuck out. They used y'all. Y'all were a pawn for a period of time. So now that y'all have overstayed and caused a lot of fraud yourselves, they're like, sorry, we made a mistake. Okay, let's get you the fuck out of here. That's all that's happening right now. And we're just watching it.
You know what I learned? I learned that the blacks on Clubhouse don't resent.
Are probably coming in contact with are just not on it.
Yeah, that's projection. That's all projection.
Yeah. Black folks feel this way. Trust and believe it. They see that they are not the target anymore, and they're like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, God.
Half of the mods think that perfect's real, and then the other half are like indigenous or whatever the fuck that means.
No, see, what we do know is that, a lot of Black Americans just haven't fully done their genealogy, so they can't confidently stand on their indigenousness. But what they do know is that they're not African. So right now what you have going on is like a mid-mark, because they haven't done the genealogy, because they have not gotten with their families, and they cannot factually speak on it, even though they know it. They just don't have the paperwork to back it up like the indigenous people do. They're not going to be as loud and vocal and honest and straightforward as I am, because I'm the to play this dumbass game about Black Americans.
Yeah, I know I'm not.
We know the Negro we are, and you know the Negro you are. But you guys have been able to come over here and cosplay as if we were the Negro. That is over. It's over now, okay? It's over now. And that's a reality that you have to deal with. And it's okay. We don't have to be enemies or attack each other, but you just gotta deal with that shit.
Black feet doesn't mean you're Blackfoot. And I'm tired of the pseudoscience. I'm tired of the genealogy.
Nigga, don't nobody care what you care
I'm tired of one fuzzy photo.
Don't nobody care, but if it's not your lineage, why would you give a fuck? Why do you give a fuck? Nobody care about what you care about. Why are you so invested in somebody else's lineage? Why?
Because if we don't care, there's no shield to protect us, no fight. So if we say that that's not a fight, there it is. And that's what's being said. That's what's being done. People are waking up to the lies that were told for the 100 years, and they got things to back it up. They can see it. So there's no, we don't have to argue. We don't have to go back and forth. We don't have to try to prove anything to anybody. You don't have to put up fuzzy pictures on the internet. All you have to do is fall back and let it play out. That's all you have to do, because it's playing out. The game has changed so drastically in the last 10 years. And now everybody in America is on the same chopping block, and they hate it. And they're like, oh man,
I want some of y'all to look at the beautiful interview with Irritated G and Jake Paul. Watch that. A staunch white racist today. America being sold.
Yeah.
We're seeing the after effects of it finally hitting.
Annapolis.
The Winter of Love?
Yeah. You know, like how was the Summer of Love during George Floyd?
Yeah.
I think this is a trigger point, man. This is the trigger point, flashpoint in Minnesota to cover up the Somalian daycare fraud and everything else. It's going to be the Winter of Love. The protests tonight are going to be insane. They're going to be burning down their own cities. It's going to happen. I promise you, it's going to happen.
All right,
Just watch out for it.
if you say so, if you're the prophet.
I'm prophesying this. I promise you, man. Like, it's going to happen. Like, I'm 100% sure. Like, this is like George Floyd.
It's not. It's a white woman, man. It's just a white woman.
Dude, I love that video that you posted. Yeah, that was hilarious. I just wanted to let you know that. Anyways, take care.
Okay, bye. Hey, all the turds emanating from your body, you stink like shit.
I'm gonna tell you a very effective strategy. This is the strategy. Worry about yourself and don't help the others. That's the problem. They gotta fight killing whites. Come to your neighborhood and constantly these agencies are tracking you down like rabbits, and you're mad that we haven't came to your rescue. Guess what? We're not coming. We want you to get it like you live. We tried everything. Give you hugs. We tried to march. We tried to vote. We tried to do collaboration. We tried to be pro-black. We tried to be pan-African. We did everything. And now we're not doing anything.
Wait, who are we talking to? The Somalis?
I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm talking to anyone who's. So
I'm saying, are we talking to the Somalis or like immigrants or like who are you
We're
talking to?
talking to every motherfucking body. Okay?
Period.
We talking to you, NPC. So what I'm saying is, his dog go holler. Let it play out. This is just another wrinkle in the bigger picture. Everything that's ever been done to us, we already won. We circumvented it. We actually showed everybody else how to win. And that's the problem. Now, from the video being a black man that's doing that, I personally would not do that. I wouldn't shoot. I would have got on the radio and left it alone. But that's a man coming from a black officer. Okay? You know why I'm saying that? Because of black. And I already knew that if I did that, what the white officer did, me and him are not the same. I can't do what a white officer is doing. But watching the video and understanding what federal officers in their powers that they have, he will get off.
Hey, Mr. Wilson.
Go ahead, brother.
Mr. Wilson. You know what? I've been analyzing this shit, and I've been laughing hysterically about this shit. Not about her getting killed, but about the situation altogether. Now, what you just said, the last part of you just said.
I love to see the white on white crime. I absolutely love to see it. I love
in settlement for $20 or $30 million to her family.
Fried and roasted. He was fried and then
That's the
roasted.
shit. That's the funny part about it. Now, look, the universe, stay with me, right? The universe the exact fucking same thing. And they're going to use this as a way of criticizing the fucking government. The same way the right criticize the goddamn Capitol Police.
And she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. When this appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents. Colleagues. He was treated in a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also cease. Today alone in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well. And let me remind you why we're all here in this city today and why we've been here. Aliens, terrorists, and suspected terrorists were allowed to invade our country over our southern border. They were allowed to steal, to defraud, and to perpetuate violence against American citizens. Regardless of who your mayor or who your governor is, President Trump promised every single American that he would make America safe again. He promised every single American that he would work to protect them from dangerous criminals. Since Governor Walz we have seen a lot for 50%. That's also during Mayor Fry's tenure as well. Since President Trump took office, Governor Walz has released over 470 violent criminals back onto the streets here in Minneapolis.
We've been listening to Secretary Christy Nome give that briefing there, her first formal briefing devoted to this. She made several assertions there, including saying that...
Hold on one second, guys. I hate when MSNBC does this shit.
His jurisdiction that he could give to us today to face the consequences for their crimes. Because Governor Walz and Mayor Fry refuse to protect Minnesotans, and instead they protect these criminals, that's why we're here. And we didn't just show up yesterday, we've always been here. But we're surging operations because of the dangerous situation we see in this country, and because we're no longer going to allow illegal criminals to damage and harm, to kill, to sexually abuse, to proliferate drugs, and to steal American taxpayers' dollars. This state has faced unprecedented immigration fraud. It's seen unprecedented benefit fraud. Individuals were allowed to come into from American citizens and those vulnerable citizens who truly needed the services from those programs. This city has burned before, and your mayor and your governor let it happen. President Trump is not going to let that happen. He and our federal law enforcement officers protected here in this city. We should all work together to protect our citizens. We should all protect the men and the women and the families who live here in Minneapolis, who live in Minnesota, and live throughout this entire country. I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank you for focusing on the important work that our federal officers do and make sure that we're focused on the priorities of this country, and that's making sure that we're keeping people safe. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Secretary, now, Mayor Fry called the claims of self-defense BS. How do you respond to that?
I say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Hey, yo, Mr. Wilson, where you at, bro? Mr. Wilson.
The officer was
Mr. Wilson. Oh, shit, Mr. Wilson's gone?
lower was we do in situations like this. When there's an officer involved shooting, we make sure that we get the facts, and then so we were colleagues and we discussed what happened here today. We have two very different viewpoints. I talked specifically about the fact that we have laws, they need to be enforced. He knows that I believe sanctuary policies have protected criminals and placed a priority of them over the citizens that live here, and he knows we'll continue to do our work, and I encourage him to work with us. We've never had a cooperative police work that we've been doing what we can to bring people to justice for the crimes that they commit. We haven't had the cooperation of the state of Minnesota or the city police under the mayor's direction. If you talk to any of these federal law enforcement officers, they'll say that when they call for backup in a situation, that it's missed.
Another thing that we're not
We're grateful today that the chief and local law enforcement showed up at the scene and helped secure it to make sure that nobody was harmed and that the FBI could do their work. But I would encourage them to work with us, that we could form a partnership that would make sure that individuals have the opportunity to have a safe Minneapolis.
Secretary, over here. Will you stand behind the use of force, and will any of those use of force guidelines be altered or changed in the future?
You know, it's clearly established law that a vehicle driven by a person and used to harm someone is a deadly weapon. Deadly force is perfectly lawful when a threat is faced by a weapon. So I do believe that forward from here today, that we all remember that our job is to have peaceful discussions. I'd encourage our local law enforcement and state law enforcement to work with us. We are going to continue to operate here in Minneapolis and in the state of Minnesota to make sure we're going after dangerous criminals. One of the key focuses that we've had here is a focus on individuals who are sexual predators and are involved in child exploitation. When I was just here yesterday, we arrested individuals who were charged with criminal assault and sexual assault and people that exploited children. Why would you want to keep them on your streets? President Trump has promised to go after the worst of the worst, and that's exactly what we're doing in Minneapolis by not working with us. Governor Walz and Mayor Fry putting those criminals and prioritizing them over our children and our grandchildren. That's simply not true. He said that to me on the phone too, so I'll get him the documentation that he needs so that he knows that we would love to. We won't speak to that case right now, but we can get you the details and the information on that. But the facts of the matter is he's an experienced officer. He's been in situations like this before, and he certainly has been out there and followed his training today.
God damn it. I think you got a call.
You know, people need to stop using their vehicles as weapons. The domestic act of terrorism to use your vehicle to try to kill law enforcement officers is going to stop. And I'm asking the Department of Justice to prosecute it as domestic terrorism because it's clear that it's being coordinated. People are being trained and told how to use their vehicles to impede law enforcement operations and then to run over anybody who gets in their way while they go out there and try to disrupt peace and public safety. And Americans deserve better. That hasn't been a part of the discussion. I know Governor Walz mentioned some of that earlier in his press conference, but we've got law enforcement officers here that will continue. I won't speak to that. Was the other crime that person may be committed that you were going after? I mentioned sexual preference. What body count for the year? I will let the FBI decide. Were they on target today when they were in that neighborhood? They were returning back to headquarters, I believe, to start a new operation. Had just completed one. Well, thank you. What's that? I was one of the vehicles that ICE officers were using, but remember, when we operate in a task force model. So we have other federal agencies that work with us, and we're very grateful for that. We have CBP officers, the FBI, DEA, ATF, all of those all work with us every day in a task force model. We appreciate it. We'd love to have the state police, and we'd also love to have the Minneapolis police chief and his team be alongside of us while we're out there doing those enforcement operations. With that, we'll get you more information as it is revealed, but thank you and everybody.
Secretary Kristi Noem in Minneapolis talking.
Wow.
TC, I just rewatched the video, right? And let me redact what I said. The ICE officer, I just got home and I watched it on my laptop. The ICE officer was 300% justified. He's good.
Hey, bro, just a whistle. That's what I was calling you, my brother.
So I didn't see the second officer at the end of the vehicle. I just saw the first officer on my cell phone. I was driving that was trying to stop the driver and get them out of the car. The second officer was in the front of the vehicle, and this is where the person driving is done, and whoever said this is crazy. The first thing that person said, the officer did, before he even reached for his firearm, did y'all see what he did?
He got on the fucking radio.
So number two, after the radio call and the response didn't work, he got out of the way. He engaged the person that tried to kill him. So ICE is clear on this. This is pretty clear-cut case.
Let me ask you a question before you make that determination.
No. Let me finish, brother, because I don't cut anybody off. So there's certain things you must do. The first thing that was clear that he did, he got on the radio. Number two is now the other person in the back and the front in the second vehicle, there was another officer in that vehicle as well. So that officer could have been struck as well. So this is going to be pretty difficult for them to split it hairs. All I seen the first time I watched it on my phone was the first officer trying to tell the woman to stop. That's all I seen. So that's why I was like, there's no way I would do that. But now it's clear. Now let me tell you something else. I'll say this. Talking so confident because he reached for the radio before he did anything. He reached for the radio. TC, go ahead with
That
your
is a fact.
It
looked like he's holding the phone. Looks like he's holding the phone or whatever.
I just have a question for you. So you think all 3 shots were justified?
Yes.
The first, the second, and the third?
Yes.
1, 2, and 3?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Uno, dos, y tres.
I know how to count, brother. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, unless the first and the second are headshots.
Because
This is justification for the
this
third
is-
shot.
So this is why. This is why. It's called, and you already know what I'm going to say. There's a little pyramid. You know what that pyramid's called, DC. So, you know what that pyramid.
Yeah, escalation of force.
Okay, so the escalation of force was done correctly. The first officer engaged. She already put the car in reverse. The second, she puts the car in drive. She clearly aims for the officer. He gets lucky and gets out the way, and he engages. And let me tell you some background on this too. Some of y'all might not know. Be pretty difficult for you to be a part of that unit. And when that went down, for you not to engage, 99% of the time you will never be a part of that unit or any unit like that. Are y'all aware of that? Because the unit can't trust you.
So let me ask Mister one more question, and I'm done. Mister, if the I'm about to say toxicology report. If the what's it called? Oh my God, I can't believe I can't think of this word. What is it when they look at the body after it's dead?
The autopsy.
The autopsy. Yeah.
Just draw a blank. That's crazy. If the autopsy report, Mister, comes out the back of your head, you wouldn't change your mind?
No such.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, yo, that's a mean ass monkey wrench. Hold on. Wait. I think that's a mean ass monkey wrench.
Do you all remember when the black woman was killed and she was shot in the back in DC? When she drove up on the what is that thing called in Washington DC? Well, so basically I think it was in the back.
There's no officers in the front when he's shot.
Okay, TC. I'm just telling you by law what I just watched. I watched it like 10 times as soon as I got through the door.
Put the link in the chat.
It's pretty clear.
Well, TC, have you seen it?
Down, showing you officer, showing you him going to his radio. This is why she was so confident in what she said in that report you just played, TC. He did everything by the book.
And that's the clip I was going to play. I was going to play someone breaking down.
And let me just say this again. I'm going to say this again. If you don't respond like that, you won't be a part of the unit. And some agencies will immediately put you on leave or terminate you for not discharging your firearm. Do y'all know that?
Yeah, so like the thing that we do where it's like once you pass the thresholds of trying to kill an officer, they can shoot you 50 times. Like
no, they can't. That's a lie. That's not.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
No. Each shot
they will. Whether or not they can, they will.
They're not going to get in trouble for it. Once you pass the thresholds of trying to commit
I've seen one with a white dude getting off a balcony at a hotel. You know what I'm saying? He was on his belly trying to lift up his pants. Magazines, bro, more than 5 shots. You know,
All right, listen to me. If the person presents a continuing threat, yes, then lethal force is valid. But if the person no longer poses a
the keyword is perceived. If there's a perceived.
No, perceived is not perceived. It's wait, stop. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Just hold on for a second. It's not perceived. Okay, it's reasonable. All right, there's no perceived standard here. Reasonableness is the standard. Yeah, so I'll give it back to him.
My bad, Dr. Nirvana.
It's not perceived if I perceive a threat. It's the reasonableness of the officer's decisions after he understands that this is basic, fundamental escalation.
If a person tries to run over a cop with a car, they're going to be shot, and the cop is going to get off, and it's not a crime against humanity.
No,
and this is the reason why. And this is the reason why certain people watch Fox News, because at a certain point, it's like.
You watch the video.
No, I don't watch
the video. Of course, I watch the video.
Watch the video, TC. TC, I agreed with you, TC, before I watched it. I just got home with my wife. I got on my computer and watched it. I didn't even see the second officer at all on the phone driving. I didn't even see him engaged. That's why she's talking so confidently in that press conference.
Can somebody put that link that he's talking about in the chat?
Yeah, I'm not even a lawyer.
To be fair, there's multiple angles, and from whichever angle that you actually view it, you may come up with different interpretations. Mister, do you have? Thank you. Go ahead, Yaya.
No, I was just saying that I saw the slow motion version, and I saw an angle from in front of the truck that maybe a bystander had recorded. But you saw the cops, you saw the cop in front, you saw her back up and accelerate. You heard him say stop. You know, all the different things were said, and she did not comply. And at that point, once that car went forward, when she was trying to do that turn, it was over. It was over, because at that point he was at risk. It's a whole vehicle, and most importantly, this is happening in the snow, in the slushy snow. So like one little false move, he could have been under that vehicle. You can literally see the cop kind of slipping on the snow. You know how dangerous that is? A fucking truck. Yes, he's not. He didn't do anything wrong.
No. We can't say he didn't do anything wrong. The most. Now it makes sense. Like you're moving, so you can even say that, oh, she blah blah blah. But now the police are there confronting you. They're by your door, right? And then you're attempting to quote unquote flee, right? So yeah, that's a whole different story. You get pulled over by police up to your window and try to drive off. See what the fuck happens.
We had someone come. She was a part of the established protest network that was in that area and doing something a certain way as far as telling people that they're coming on something that was to aid and assist people to know that the ISIS is in the area and that they knew who she was, and on and on.
Wait, ISIS
had some clout there. She was a regular protester there, according to some sources that are coming to me. So it puts a whole new light on the picture when it's John and Ethel, Joanne and Margaret, or you understand this. So it's different elements. Now I've looked at this thing 1,000 ways, including the potential organ harvesting of women. There's a lot going on here that the average person wouldn't because you see they offer, just like on black people, especially on black men. Why do you think they shoot 3 or 4 times? Why was there such an urgency to absolutely kill her or absolutely kill this guy with the 40 shots? Because that's a guarantee that if he positions himself properly, the underground will pay him somewhere in the range of $100,000 to $1 million. Experience. They're green officers and they're trigger happy. So we're paying tax dollars to just fund a guy to give him unlimited power. And if he does make a mistake, or if he does an error, or if he does it purposefully, he's off the hook, out of jail, etc. As an example of Terrence Sutton on the police vehicular homicide in Washington, D.C. of a young man by the name of Karan Hilton. So you have to look that case up, but it will educate you on how things can go quite wrongly when you know the piece and when you're familiar with these officers. But go ahead, sir.
Brother Sheik, you're conflating those incidents with this one. So all the other incidents that you're speaking of, I know well, and you're 400% right. But this wasn't the same. You can't put those incidents in this. The first he was told to stop. Then an officer approached the vehicle. Already wrong. You've broken numerous laws right there. You put the vehicle in reverse. You put it in park. He's still telling you to stop. The second officer is at the front left driver's side. He's there. He gets on his radio. He does not draw his service weapon at all. She puts it in drive. He luckily jumps out the way. He draws his service weapon and fires. That is correct by all levels.
So now, sir, let me slow you down for a second, sir. And this is very important, sir, very important.
Brother Sheik, city, state, and federal training process.
This is very important, sir. It shows me that the officer, you and that officer are totally agreeing that you've never had to manage an enraged professional protester. You've never had to do it because if you had,
I said about an hour ago, situation, I would not find my firearm. But that's me being a black man first. I would not.
See, a multitude. Sir, yes,
so,
sir.
Brother
Yes,
Sheik, but you can't conflate the situation.
I'm not saying you're not. I said, would you allow me to explain this to you, sir? And this is very clear. This is very clear. I'm talking now, though, sir. Yes, sir. I have a right to speak.
No.
On what I know, I've been in Minnesota, been right there with it at Brooklyn, when the lady fired on the young man unarmed as well.
Not disagreeing with that, Brother Sheik. That video.
Okay, so can you allow me to speak, sir, if you don't mind? I have a little green bonnet around here somewhere, so I have a right to tell you on the sure kill for this particular. Underground. I know these guys that are out there on the front line, and there could be any number of reasons why, or to show a probable cause why an officer will actually pull a weapon, and then again he will use deadly force or excessive use of excessive deadly force, meaning pulling his service weapon to kill somebody. Front line or the back line. that is a gigantic step.
But you have to think about.
Not seasoned. The speaker serves to tell you that if he's not a seasoned, if he's not a seasoned officer, untrained, if he's green as grass, he's green as the grass on a National Guard officer.
No, we're talking about the federal level.
That could be weighed, but I'll come back to that later. But you got to process what I'm saying.
So he should struck by the vehicle, is what we're saying.
You have to listen to what he's saying because this is a white woman. So imagine how much more valuable her organs are than a Negro. So I do think that there might be a money aspect involved in this.
Her organs are trash.
Y'all are tripping.
That's a far cry.
Africans always troll. Africans are always trolling. You know, good and damn well. His Caucasian's organs are recessive. They're the weakest on the planet.
No, we don't need to go into biology.
No, we do because he's really stupid.
No. Yeah, because at the end of the day, the baseline. Right, and this is why
Africans are always angry. They're just always angry for no reason, just haters.
What? I sound angry.
Not you, NPC.
I sound angry. NPC.
You sound like an undercover hater, yeah.
NPC never sounds angry, actually, and I think NPC appreciates these great.
No, I said an undercover hater.
As much as I do.
My girlfriend.
On every level. Are you still there, Mr. Wilson?
I'm here, sir. I'm listening.
Listen, like my brother. So, do you mind? Because, like, for me, when the lady was speaking, right? I think it was they were saying the secretary on the federal level, right? Even her energy, right? I implore everybody else, just go look at the news, you know, whatever it is that the local government is presenting or the state government is presenting, compared to what the federal government is doing. Right? I don't know what better way to put it, but there's almost like a coldness, right? Like, this is what it is, and this is how we're gonna go about it, whether you like it or not. Am I misinterpreting, or am I incorrect, Mr. Wilson? Because I'm more of a civilian.
Has reached this far.
The federal courts, state courts, local courts, and I promise you, the vibe when you enter a federal court is not the same. It's not the same. Like, it shouldn't be the same. It's like you have different fucking energy. Yeah, that's why you have when you're speaking. What you say?
It shouldn't be the same. That's why you have two different levels. It's supposed to be high.
You get to the federal level, it's more like cemented again because they are bound by the Constitution for the United States of America, right? And that has, you know, a little bit more of it's more in like they can be held more liable than the state. You know what I'm saying? The state and the local courts, there's a little bit of leeway where they can do all this other extra shit. I'm pretty sure if y'all look up some of these, you know, cases where there's ridiculous settlements, like locally, they were bitching around.
You examine
No, but
exactly
if you're in the
where
United
you
States
are.
of America,
Have you been to Rochester or Minneapolis, Minnesota, or the Twin Cities?
Hold on, OG. Hold on, Pops. So you could, like, geographically in America, right? You could be in Minnesota, you could be in California, you could be in Texas, you could be in Kansas, Kentucky. It doesn't matter where the fuck you are, right? When you're dealing with federal agents.
Before she even spoke in that press conference, she watched probably 50 different angles that we are not privy to. She's already watched the body. She's already watched the body cams of the officer because it's an automatic upload to the main.
A beautiful life.
I am strong.
I am strong.
Relentless.
Relentless.
And fierce warrior of love.
And a fierce warrior of love. I am deep.
And I dive within.
And I dive within.
To explore treasure to behold.
To explore treasure to behold.
Beauty is within me.
Beauty is within me.
I feel the excitement, jubilation.
I feel the excitement and jubilation.
Of love, energy, rejuvenating.
And love. What was the rest of it? I was doing something.
Of love, energy, rejuvenating.
Love, energy, and rejuvenating.
And enriching my life.
And enriching my life.
I indulge in my passions and follow my heart.
I indulge in my passions and my heart.
I am filled with love and boundlessness.
I am pleasure.
I am loved.
I am loved.
I am free to love wildly.
I am free to love wildly.
I am wild with passion and love.
I am wild with passion and love.
My body is beautiful and sacred.
My body is beautiful and sacred.
I am here to celebrate it.
I am here to celebrate.
My life is orgasmic.
My life is orgasmic.
I live in bliss and harmony.
I live in bliss and harmony.
Life is easy and simple.
Life
I am content.
I am content.
I make beautiful.
I make beautiful.
Astounding.
Astounding.
Intimate.
Intimate.
And perfect.
And perfect.
Connections.
Connections.
My relationships are harmonious.
My relationships are harmonious.
And balanced.
And balanced.
I am surrounded by love.
I am surrounded by love.
I am embraced.
I am embraced.
I am adored.
I am adored.
I am receptive to balance and love in my life.
I am receptive to balance and love in my life.
I say yes!
Go.
I release.
I release.
I am confident.
I am confident.
I know my place in the world.
I know my place in the world.
I am love.
I am love.
I resonate with the beauty of love.
I resonate with the beauty of love.
Down to my core.
Down to my core.
I am a flowing fountain.
I am a flowing fountain.
I love myself.
I love myself.
I am wise.
I am wise.
I am strong.
I am strong.
There is still love.
There is still love.
My consciousness is still love.
My consciousness is still love.
I am safe.
I am safe.
I treasure my sweetest memories.
As a source of power and love.
I am beautiful.
I am beautiful.
I love my body.
I love my body.
I love my mind and spirit.
I love my mind and spirit.
I love myself.
I love myself.
I surrender.
I surrender.
To the infinity.
To the infinity.
Of love.
Of love.
I find love.
I find love.
Even in silence.
Even in silence.
I know where to go to find my love.
I know where to go to find my love.
I slide through time without a sound.
I'm sorry. I lost. What, say it again?
I slide through time.
I slide through time. Forever.
Beyond the shadow of time.
Beyond the shadow of time.
Okay, that's it. You did the whole oracle.
Okay.
It's called
great.
Amor et Psyche, or Amor Psyche. Psyche Amor.
Psyche Amor. And where did that come from?
The oracle.
The oracle. And where from?
From Amor et Psyche.
You're just going out in the loop. Okay.
The two writers are Georges Barbier and Rachel Paul.
Right. Well, those are good affirmations to say out loud.
Yeah. Dedicated. Yeah, it says tales of erotic love dedicated to the spirit of endless love, amor, which nothing. Well, again, this comes from a deck. Not necessarily tarot, but it's very close. And they're incredible pieces of artwork. But the little book here, is a really nice neurolinguistic program. I mean, imagine reading what you just read every morning. Like, people are not doing that. So imagine going out on a date and reading that before you go out. You're going to be in a great mood because you did the work neurolinguistically prior to the communication.
Right. And they were good affirmations. They were,
Just imagine if Hamas, prior to Supernova, read that out loud. They'd be like, "Are you sure you guys want to do this? We just talked to the oracle. It's all about love. What are we doing? This is crazy."
You got to have a heart to do that.
Well, the Jewish Complaint Department. No. Anyways, just saying, it's been fun and funny using the JCD room. Okay, well, I hope you liked your tarot reading,
I can't thank you enough. It was lovely. Thank you for making my affirmations of the day. I haven't done that in a very long time.
Yeah, it has to do with your question, though. Health and love, it's like an equation. So that was the answer to your question. those affirmations. Because even if I drew your tarot cards and then I read to you what the meanings of the cards are, or if there's some type of, tarot deals with position and influence. So if you draw 3 cards, there's, 3 variables. But really, those affirmations really are probably more helpful than it's just, anyways. Okay, Rabbana Shalom, Rav Dude is here.
Rob, he left. What was that about?
Okay, I'm going to live stream some of these response rooms to the ICE shooting.
Oh, I've got to go to bed. But I can't thank you enough. That was wonderful. It was a great way to finally go to sleep.
Oh, let me help you with the last part then. Just take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds. Okay. This is your health bell. Here you go.
Cheap labor, which is actually kind of cynical, although it can be devised as like compassionate, kind of like all of that stuff. It's like, oh, like our immigration system is broken, and like these are band-aids on a broken leg. And then there was like a oh shit moment because there was a lot of deleterious effects that started happening in the country, and a lot of people realized this is not a good idea. This is not sustainable, and it's bringing a whole bunch of like moral hazards with it, and we're not cool with it. It also reinvigorated a whole bunch of xenophobia and demonization of people.
Well,
and I don't want to get into that.
I gotta go, but thank you so much.
With the right wingers, but like,
okay, good night.
All of that is like the moral hazard of like, if you want to adopt some of these policies, what comes with those policies are precisely these effects that were perhaps unintended, but deleterious nonetheless. And ironically, these policies negatively impacted the most vulnerable populations the most. Those are the very people that liberals pretend to care about, or some of them actually do care about. But it's like, you can't ignore that, bro. Like, black people who've been living in places like the South Side of Chicago for the longest time, all of a sudden are competing for jobs with random motherfuckers, bad Republicans, but as a statement of like, well, how do y'all like it? Because you guys give a fuck when you're there in these border towns. Like, all of that sophisticated shit. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like that was bad policy. It was well intended, ostensibly, but it was terrible policy. Like that policy orientation is not a good policy, not because liberals made it up, but because of all the deleterious impacts that it has. It's well intended, but it's so that's what's complicated about all of that, bro. Like I feel like we should be focused on that as opposed to like red team, blue team.
Yeah, and and to that point, man. To be fair, Marshall, like I don't like the idea of ICE, and I want to see if you agree with me on this. This is the reason why I don't the idea of ICE, because it's a new arm of the government, right? It's a new agency. Do you think that the government in front of the camera say they're disbanding ICE, right? We know that's going to be immediate. Like, that shit's done. But do you think the funding for ICE is going to go away? They're just going to change it to something else, and then they're going to use that for what they want to use it for. And that's just how it goes. So that's the reason why I don't like ICE, is because it's a new law enforcement agency of the federal government that they don't got to have warrants. They get to do a lot of stuff unilaterally, and I think that,
They oftentimes don't have to have warrants. I do know in a couple of situations, one in particular, they went to a cold storage, wanted to, like, wanted to interview the workers. The HR manager asked the ICE agent, do you have a warrant? And the ICE agent said, here's an administrative warrant. And the guy looked at him and he's like, that's not going to get you in. You need to get a warrant signed by a judge. Republicans should not adopt an attitude of big government works for us too. Obviously,
yeah, but that's
obviously the federal.
So yeah, I'm glad you agree to say before. Yeah, and Marshall, that. Hold on, let me say this.
I just had a question. We're not.
All right, yeah, on my water, man. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, a 22-year-old government agency. I'm confused how that qualifies as new.
You're not, bro.
As I understood it, I think he meant new in the context of the last 20 or 30 years. I think that's what he meant by new. That's not exactly new, but for a lot of people in the public, that they would consider that relatively new.
Yeah, I mean, they're not as old as, like, the FBI, I suppose, and their level of involvement in enforcing, you know, what they're intended to enforce. But, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say a 22-year-old federal agency is new.
I mean, in the immediate terms, no, it's not.
Well, the one big beautiful bill here maximize funding for ICE. So I don't know how easily that can be undone by the next administration. But Congress could undo it. But I think because I don't know that it'd be that easy. But I don't know the details. So that's just something to consider.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they're gonna just get rid of it, like actually get rid of it. I think it'll be a show to the public if the Democratic administration came in and they use it. Because, I mean, if it's been around for 22 years, I give you that, but it's never been used in this way. And the other point I was trying to make and get Marshall to understand when he was saying, like, talking about Obama, is like, people saying, like, the Republicans were busing them but they were already busing, illegals all over the place.
I think I would one structural adjustment to the criticism. It's really bad hygienically for governance to think of towns, red towns, and blue towns. Now, some towns actually have partisan elections. Mine does not. The more we think about cities as for one party, the more we think of the us and the team red team. What it does is it stops us from thinking about stoplights, potholes, education, updating infrastructure, right? And you don't end up having a conversation about what you need to govern once you're elected. You end up having a conversation about how you can get back at the people on the other side. So that's the one structural adjustment.
Yeah.
That's the one structural adjustment would make everything else like.
They ran for the most part, but we've had a mixture. We had Tim Pawlenty. We even had the freaking wrestler. Like we up every now and then, but it's been Democratic hell for quite some. Then when you get down to the city of Minneapolis and St. Paul, forget about it. You don't stand a chance if you even right of center. And they do all of these weird policies that push people like me further to the right, because my initial argument is like, dude, you think you can police the streets? Is it okay for my kids to go somewhere without getting robbed? Like, can my car stop getting broken into? Like, could you actually do something about that? No energy. The mayor of Minneapolis, every time it's something that affects Minneapolis residents and actual citizens of Minneapolis, it's always
all that's too bad and we're going to do something about this crime. But as soon as it's about
like Minnesota is like one of the safe cities.
Look, see, this hold on, Black. See, this is what I'm talking about right here, man. Like that's like, I know you don't mean it that way, but like when you're saying that, bro, you're making fun of the fact that it wasn't a hellscape. It's becoming one. It's becoming one.
Yeah,
like crime.
Fair
like
enough.
I'm saying, like
I'm not trying to.
No, because
like it has.
No, I know.
I'm just saying.
I'm saying substantially worse.
Like
substantially worse.
Bro.
Like, no, I'm not. I'm saying, bro. No. Let me tell you, Mad Max. Okay, no, it's not Mad Max in one night. In one night in Northeast Minneapolis, 155 cars got broken into in succession down the line. Alarms going off, glass all over the freak. And why? You think that the Minneapolis police got enough time to show up to stop it at about 67 cars? No. Why? Because they're not present. They don't care. Around, but look who's Johnny on the spot. No, look who's Johnny on the spot. No, I know you aren't. I'm describing. No.
If you want to, the worst of the, probably among the worst times in that area was during the George Floyd riots. But like, my point is, like, living in Minnesota, like from the statistics I've read, it's not even among the most dangerous places to live.
Bro, this is what I'm saying. When you call the police in St. Paul, and the police don't show up, there's no record of a crime. When you arrest a suspect for a crime that they're caught red-handed doing, and you got enough evidence to prosecute, and you don't prosecute, that doesn't go on record as a fuck. Down is like, bro, you can talk about crime, it's down all you want, but Minneapolis has had a spike and it's been substantial, and especially absolutely.
I'm even willing to take into account like the extent to which Democrat policies, policing policies in some of these areas amount to putting the books on the numbers, but like then the question is, how the hell do you know what the real numbers are?
He's on the ground.
I want Blake to answer the question. I don't want you coming up. I'm going to back up. Go ahead, Blake.
I'm going to give you an answer that you're going to automatically throw out and use as ammunition in the courts of weirdo reason. No, it's not reason. It's not. Numbers that I can gather from my own.
So it's anecdotal.
Yeah, it's anecdotal. So let's throw that out. Right, here we go. So there was a time where a certain car that I typically work. Yep. You would typically work on this car, and all of a sudden I'm working on more of that same car for only one reason. Not because the vehicle's broken, not because it doesn't run, it's because the front window is broken out and the ignition is completely ravaged. And the customers are coming to me. No, listen, the customers are coming to me because I do this kind of work on the side in addition to my day job. I'm a shade tree mechanic who's been doing it for about 15 years. Got a wide customer base. This is how I pay the bills by having a second job doing this. Now I got trustworthy, affordable mechanic. Now they're coming to me because they would have had to spend $1,500 to $2,500 to get this done. They can get it done in 5 or 6 with me. But I'm having more often that this is happening.
All of a sudden, I'm getting 3 to 4 calls of this almost every other month. What is the correlation? The correlation is
more affordable.
No, the correlation is that my customers are getting their cars broken into more often, depending on what side of town they're on. When they on my side of town where I live versus where I work, they don't get this ain't really happening at that rate. But all of a sudden, when my St. Paul and Minneapolis customers, these are the kind of calls I'm getting more often. I can go by my ledger and look at all the jobs I did the year previous before Floyd riots, and then I can go to the year after and see that I've had a spike in this.
I'm saying, how would you know whether or not your explanation was the explanation that's correct versus the alternative one that I just gave? Do you have any way of disambiguating between those?
I'm about to give you some more. So, those customers who are coming to me for a specific job that they rarely didn't have to come to, some of these customers are coming to me twice, 3 times. I had one person that had a Kia Sorento 3 fucking times in 3 months, my dude. And got a catalytic converter cut off the next month. Bro.
I mean, I don't know which one to do. Like objectively, that to prove what you think it proves. So that's why I'm like kind of.
No, because you're disproving it. You're proving it with this naivety, this naive skepticism.
I'm skeptical, bro, not because I'm naive.
You're trying to be careful. But if I'm having customers, customers who didn't have their cars broken into,
what's happening here? There are standards in terms of researching these things for a reason. It's to prevent you from drawing the wrong conclusion from a data set. You have a very big data set and you're drawing conclusions that like consistent with other possible conclusions with
the fact I can find
and like go ahead.
There are parts that I'm finding out while talking to all of the parts stores that I talk to regularly. I'm hearing that you can't get that window for another month because we're running shipyards don't have a lot because there's an uptick in people buying these windows because they're being broken.
Wait a minute.
Why is it a coincidence?
Sorry.
Why is it a coincidence? Is it
consistent with what you described, right? We've had a whole bunch of supply chain issues. And so your inability to get inventory actually might be impacted by that, or it might be both the uptick and that, but we don't know to what degree it's either. Like, there's just so many other possible reasonable explanations that you haven't like disambiguated enough from to where it's not clear that the conclusion you're drawing is the right one. That's really the main thing I'm trying to tell. And like, you might be right, Blake. I'm not saying you're wrong, Blake. Possibly be right, because that would be a mistake in the other direction. My point is, I don't think you have sufficient evidence for the conclusion you're drawing, right? That's all I'm saying. Like, is that fair?
Am I in the Matrix?
You were, but did you?
Okay. No, I didn't hear what you did. You just said something just now. I didn't.
Before.
Being able to look at the fact that it's the same window across the board. It's the same window. It's a damn window
everything
on numerous cars. And then other mechanics know. I know Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I understand what you're saying, but you're continually pressing a point why people are saying why things are getting extreme, because people are listening to people keep trying to pacify them with numbers that don't apply to what's actually going on the ground. The fact that
I'm not giving you numbers. I'm saying the conclusions you're drawing from the numbers that your incomplete data are not valid.
They are, dude. It's valid when you know the fucking police. When you know the police aren't showing up. You know it's bad. You know it's fucking analysis. Dude. It's
bro.
No, it's not emotional. It's people are pissed
because you care and you're upset. There's emotions involved.
I care and I upset, and I objectively can see that there's been an uptick, and there's been an uptick in a very specific kind of crime.
There's no way
it's not being
bro. There's no way you can see. Oh my God! Anecdotally, an uptick in crime. You could see certain things that are correlated with an uptick in crime, but the way you would verify it isn't by what you specifically experience in your car workshop or whatever. Like the way you would verify that, you have to get like objective data points that are a little bit more comprehensive than what you right now. And then that would verify your.
I was also trying.
Right now you have a hypothesis. Right now you have a hypothesis and an incomplete data set, and you're drawing conclusions from that incomplete data set based on a whole bunch of presuppositions you have. And what I'm saying is that's not careful reasoning. So for me to just take you at your word would be.
They telling me they dealing with the same damn thing. Yeah. So at what point can't a person correlate? I'm not emotional. I'm a troubleshooter. I'm a troubleshooter.
Is actually stronger. I mean, if this data is being verified by a bunch of different mechanics in the area, that's the kind of thing.
I went to parts procurement. I threw parts procurement out there too. Like, dude.
Okay, so then one way that you can like make this argument stronger is like you literally could do a study of all of the car dealerships in the area and get like a more generalized data set, not just your car shop, but like all the car shops, because then you can control for things like, well, is it because I'm cheaper than most people and that's why people keep coming to me, or because it's an uptick? I'm not accusing you of anything or making a claim. I'm just giving you an example. Okay, so like for example, if you did a study, let's say like in your area, of them have noticed an uptick over the last 2 years in fixing windows because they've been broken into. Like that kind of data set would make your case way stronger, and then you'd be able to answer the questions like I gave you. Out of these 24, like the price range they charge to fix this kind of thing is like diversified. Some of them are on the low end, some of them on the high end, some of them in the middle, and they all saw an uptick. So now I can be like, oh, well, then my data can't really be that, or that's not really the likely explanation because of what I described, etc. That's how you would do the analysis, right? And all I'm saying is you don't really have that right now. And because you don't have that, your data set is incomplete, so you're not really able to draw the conclusions you're drawing yet. But the fact that it's not just you that saw an uptick, but other car mechanics that saw an uptick is helpful. That's way stronger than what you started with. So fair enough. But what if it's like,
give you an example from my world. Like one thing that's dealing with work and dealing with personal stuff, like the personal aspect. Like there ain't never been a time where in Minneapolis, Twin Cities area, where damn near every other person
people. Culturally, we're not the same. So we don't believe in wiping our ass with our hand or using toilet water. Okay, there's a lot of different things culturally that's over here now. All these people are over here, and people can see. But I'm sorry.
Motherfuckers nasty regardless.
Yeah, listen. See, you get that. But I was gonna say this: as far as the trucking company, Trump passed a law that if you can't speak English, you can't even get a CDL anymore. So that helps a lot of Black American men who've been kind of pushed out of the trucking industry. And there's just so many other things he's doing state by state. But in order for you to get a real picture of it, you have to look at like the 201 executive orders that he has law. But Trump is doing a lot of different things that's helping Black Americans directly. You know what I'm saying? So these are just some of the ways that we need to correct ourselves. But as far as in our different cities, in our different neighborhoods where, it's a bunch of Black people, the urban communities, yeah, we have to drown these people out. We have to drown out the Asian from the beauty supply store. It has to be us. It has to be us.
You don't think Trump's done more bad for the Black community than good?
Right now? No.
Name what he did bad. No, name what he did good. Because he was naming some stuff. You said he did bad. No. Name what he did good. I want you to name what he did good.
I can name one thing he did. I can name one thing that he did that was good. So he freed Kodak Black. He freed Lil Wayne.
Oh my God.
That nigga, he made weed. So y'all niggas don't go to jail no more.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
This is how immigrants talk. You gotta watch them. They act like they're playing, but they're not.
Can I give y'all one thing that he did?
No, NPC is an immigrant.
Can I give y'all one thing that he did good? For the Black community, not a Black rapper. Yeah, and Yaya, I'm not even talking about rappers, bro. And Yaya had spoke on it, and she said something about the trucking. I ain't gonna lie to you. The numbers of the lows, like, they was low balling for a minute, man. Them bitches is climbing back up because they getting a lot of those guys that literally were taking any type of load because these people come over here and they not really used to that type of money. They come over here and they flooded the market, and now they're flooding the market for not even just America. I can't say it's
Americans. Like, we are Americans.
Americans, bro. Yeah, Americans.
So that's a fact. Yeah, and construction. No. Construction as well. All these corporate businesses were paying illegals crumbs. So people, young men who had their own construction companies were being outbid in the bidding pool. So you have to be in this shit. You got to be in this shit, paying attention to what's going on, so you can understand how you can benefit. Yeah, no one is going to, come and just tell you every single thing. You got to be a part of the conversation and go do your research as well, and join Black groups, Black American groups who are also keeping up with all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep up with it.
I don't understand. I don't even understand how that's beneficial to Black community. No. Because what was just said was things that were uniformly applied to all Americans.
That's what I
asked you specifically. What I asked you specifically is, what has he done to
people don't know they're American. Y'all think y'all foo-foo finger eaters. No, but y'all not from America. Therefore, anything done for Americans is not done for y'all from y'all. We think we are. I swear to God.
Yo, you gotta know who you are to know how the fuck you benefiting. Like, everything he's doing is to benefit us. Everything.
If you go to when you travel outside of the United States to Latin America, they call you Americano, Gringo. When you travel to Nigeria, where NPC is from, they would call you American. Every other place in the world you travel to, So Crystal is right. The NPC knows what I'm talking about too. I mean, nobody.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie.
They all know.
Ears the
They
funniest shit
all
I've
know.
heard all year.
Yo, all these people know who the fuck we are. All of them know, and they get over off the ignorance of you not knowing. That's signed off for them to get benefits too, because y'all all the same, and don't make the illegals go home, and we all minority, and we BIPOC, and all this other fucking fake ass bullshit that if you were going to their country, you wouldn't get a goddamn thing. But they can only get shit off your ass. They get shit off of you because you don't know that you're giving it to them, thinking you're the same.
Because you shout out to delegation. Hold on. Like very quickly.
Lord, please, can you let Mr. Wilson go? Go ahead, Mr.
And if we listen closely to what everybody's been saying, first of all, the question from Sister Lux and Sister Alpha Barbie were great questions because a lot of people can't explain it. Yaya, shout out to Sister Yaya for breaking it down. So the problem is this: we remove ourselves from the American construct to put ourselves into the black construct. And then when we put ourselves in the black construct, that construct is connected to all the other constructs that benefit. The bigger picture, as y'all described, is perfect. That global white supremacy and racism decided they wanted two things. Listen closely, this is the game. They wanted two things. They wanted a new political class because they saw that Americans and Black Americans are waking up, and they wanted a free labor force. So what they did was they opened up the borders to everyone. They put these people in our neighborhoods, and this is what we have now, is that we have the baby being born with all these other things. When you say DEI, when you say minority, when you say person of color, when you say BIPOC, none of these things have anything to do with you. But when you sign up on the dotted line with the contract to say that that is you and you're fighting for them, you have put the noose around. Because everyone now can see the game. As my grandfather used to say, if you want to hide it from a nigga, put it in the book. A lot of people are reading now. They got the information, and they're giving the information to everyone. I'm going to say it again. Listen closely. Global white supremacy and racism has controlled our government for a while. MAGA. They're saying that they now know that the United States government is owned, right? Now, since it's owned now, it's not the old United States government. These corporations said, we're going to take your country. We're going to allow everyone to come in here, and those people will follow us blindly like zombies because we took them out of their desperate situations. And now they're going to follow us like blind zombies. They're going to be our political dummies. Enemy is.
Yeah, it's the one that people aren't willing to go after. That's what I'm saying. If we look at it, the immigrants are the feet, and the white country rulers are the head. So why are we attacking the feet?
Sister Lux,
The head is the one doing this. I'm trying to understand.
I agree, Sister Lux. You know why?
The anger is directed at the immigrant and not the ones who bring the immigrant in.
No, it's not. Tell you why. So your breakdown is great. We already tried what you're saying, Lux. We already tried to say we said we want all blacks on this planet to come here and let's fight this motherfucker here. If we cut his head off here, it'd be very easy to do it everywhere else. But now
who's it?
No, I just described who it was, Sister Lux. Can I just finish? Can I finish? And I'll be quiet for another 2-3 hours. I promise. When Pan-Africanism was at the height, to say we're going to fight that motherfucker, it's not working.
Wait, Mister, real quick, can I just say the reason why it didn't work because Africans are tribal. They're not united on the continent. So it's a situation where it was never going to work because they are not they kill their own, they mess up their own, they're in power in their own place, and they're still savage, and we're not the same people. So we can never be together. But they want you to think we can be together over here, while turmoil and all types of crazy shit is going on over there, okay? So you can't fall for the let's be united over here when at home is on fire and they're fleeing and running away. So
but isn't
hold on, go ahead, mister.
So let me just land here. I'm not even talking about Africans. I'm talking about all black people on the planet. You can't just say Africans or Caribbeans. All black But now we can clearly see, once again in 2026, who the true enemy is again. So maybe it is now possible that groups that can come together, because we're never going to get off. Maybe we can have these groups now of us that know fuckers head, arms, and legs at the same time. And I land.
So I just want to talk about like the tangible reality, right? And like no trolling because I think we've had enough fun. Like I think that some of the things that Yaya's saying, because I love FBA, I love ADOS because I love black self-determination no matter what ethnicity of black you are. So I like black self-determination. I like when people are pragmatic. I like when people are practical. But we're saying the right thing, but there's a lot of like passion, but no. Be together and they're tribalistic and they're not one of us, and it's like, what does that have to do with the tangible reality of what's going on? The vast majority of illegal immigrants that are causing the issues, that are taking the social services that are supposed to be Black Americans, those are Hispanic Americans. The vast majority when you look at the numbers. And then the other is that when you guys talk about the white man, you can point out a problem, but even in a problem, you can't be accountable a little bit because the white man didn't get there by himself and didn't want any immigrants to come over. When white man said we don't want immigrants to come over, y'all niggas said that nigga was xenophobic and that he only wanted white immigrants to come over and then the black one should come too. So you can't have the most pro-immigrant people, man, and then villainize black immigrants when the biggest problem caused by Hispanic immigrants. You just can't do it.
Moment while
That's not
NPC
history.
NPC talks.
were brought over here because of cheap labor. Go ahead, Yaya.
Yeah, but you guys voted them in.
That's what I'm
You guys
saying.
voted the party
A
in.
lot of Africans are very loud and wrong, and this is things you're not going to understand. Again, because hold on, because we do not have the same fight. You cannot unite with people just because you have brown skin. As I stated before, we are over here living side by side with Caucasians. In Nigeria, it is all of their own people fighting each other. Okay, they have corrupt leaders that are their own bloodline that are oppressing their own tribes in their own country. So because things, they're not fighting out.
You're 300 languages in Nigeria. You don't know what you're
I don't
talking
want to
about.
move you. I don't want to move you, but you you can't keep coming off your mic. You can say
How
what
many
you want to say.
languages are in Nigeria?
You can say what you want to say after. You're not going to talk while I'm talking. What I'm saying to you is this. Whether you're Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Delta, Fulani, whatever tribe you are, and all the ones that are in the villages, they're different people, and they fight and kill each other for different religious reasons. You will have Nigerians over there saying, please, Trump, come and help us. Please help make this country better. But then you'll have Nigerians here in America saying they don't need any help. There's no way to help people like this, because the ones over here who have fled from their countries and have escaped, they have no fight in them to fix home. So they don't even have, they fled, they left. If they don't have fight to fix home, they cannot unite. These people left for a better life or whatever they left for, being black and getting that money in the bag, and they're all telling them what to do to get here and how to be in our communities and get whatever, right? Get the black bag, whatever the fuck, right? What I'm saying is these people cannot unite with you on your land. They are not patriots to their own land. We are patriots. We are home. So because someone has brown skin, they are here off of your patriotism. They are here off of our ancestors' patriotism. And they're trying to align with us for the benefit of our patriotism. They're not fighting for shit ever. So until they go home and fight, ain't shit to talk about. So even having people on this stage talking that are not Black American about what's going on in America and fighting, please get that out of your head, Black Americans. It ain't happening.
Every single thing that you said was a crock of shit.
You're lying.
She has a point. Like nothing you said made any sense. First of all, in Nigeria. First of all, you said that we're the same people.
No, I said you're different tribes. You're different tribes.
PC, if I may. You first said that we're the same people. We're fucking not. Second of all, even if what you said was, did you address any of the points that were made? The thing that you said is that we can't work together as Africans so that Black Americans trust. Why is everything so emotional? What is this about trust? Why isn't this about economic? Why isn't this about some type of economic tangible? Because the fact is that whether or not you get along with an immigrant, even if they're polite, you have to understand that by having cheap labor here, it hurts you indirectly, whether they're polite or not. Everything is emotional with y'all. It's not strategic. It's all, oh, they don't like me, so don't be around them. Nigga, even if we did like you, very logical arguments.
Excuse me. Can I say something? This is Crystal speaking. MPC. So if that was the case, when you Nigerians and Somalians been like stealing mad money, did y'all include any Black Americans? Say, look, this is how we getting this bag from the United States. Let me put y'all on this game, right? Let me add y'all to us, ripping them the fuck off. Did you anything?
Only Crystal, with respect, because I do like you, Crystal, with respect, only a Black American would ask for a free handout of, you got a finesse, why don't you just tell me about it for free? Like, that's fucking dumb.
Money. You are stealing money.
Only a Black American would be so entitled to say, you guys get millions, tell me how to get millions for free. You're not entitled to shit.
And what NPC,
why don't you tell me how to get millions for free?
And what NPC is showing you? What
so you said it's about economics.
Listen, and what NPC align with you, but we ain't helping y'all with shit. That's what the on. It's been going on this whole time. So when you see all these people, listen, Nigerians gonna always tell the truth about how ridiculous they are. Like they're gonna always show their ass because they don't even know how loud and obnoxious and arrogantly wrong they are.
It's not a free thing. If it wasn't for us, you niggas wouldn't be over here getting the money that you talking about. I'm not giving out for free. But what the fuck? I just don't. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been preaching that shit, and I ain't got kicked out the room before for preaching that shit. All types of shit. And I try and tell my people all the time, like, I ain't got nothing against immigrants, bro. But we can't help them niggas until we help ourselves. That's what it's down to right then. Like, fuck all the other shit. We cannot help them niggas until we help ourselves. Because obviously they don't want to help us.
The immigrants who we're talking about, who we're complaining about, irrespective of who we are and what we have been in this country, have found a way to get some money. See, it didn't matter about.
We're not complaining though. We're just speaking of facts.
1 second. So that's why I'm confused as fuck. Because we speaking as if we gotta get the immigrants out of here. We gotta push them out of here. They've been doing this shit irrespective of where the fuck we was at. Loads of us, everywhere, all around, every fucking state. And they've been getting their money no matter where we was at. So I'm trying to understand what's this, why we blaming everybody else? And it ain't nobody else to blame.
We not blaming nobody for nothing, Lux. We not. What we are is.
Go ahead, Lux.
Hold on. Let's let Lex finish, and then we're gonna go to Nathan.
Thank you. I'm just saying, like, the conversation I get is like. Recoup the energy.
I gave you answers.
1 second. Damn.
Lux, I gave you answers.
Okay. Go ahead, Luke. Go.
I'm just saying I gave you answers, man. Lux, I get why you feel.
I don't know what you're talking about. You didn't give me answers. Because the only answer is fucking no.
Lux, I get why you feel the way you do, and please don't get mad at me when I wake this shit up. But we know that your baby daddy is a nigga from out the country, man.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's stay away from personal attacks.
I wasn't attacking nobody personally, man.
Yeah, but you're making it personal. Let's just move the mic around. Go ahead, Nathan.
1 second. I wanted to finish. I don't even know why he mentioned that. That was irrelevant. But like I said, the immigrants came here, did what they needed to do, regardless of what we were doing. Regardless of if we did the government do this for y'all now? No. So what is this? What? Just get to the job. Just get to do what we gotta do. Stop complaining about the immigrants. Stop worrying about motherfuckers that never mattered in the first place to your fucking wealth or your fucking history. It obviously never mattered because for them, they've been doing it. For the white folks, they've been getting it. What's the problem with for black people? Because we don't mention the elephant in the room. We're gonna blame the immigrants. I just don't understand. I don't even know who the immigrants are. I just don't get it that black people just can't take responsibility for where we are in this country.
So here's the thing, what happened, right? What we can see is 260,000 Somalians. I'm using this word because it's a recent example of a bigger problem. Just in that 260,000 Somalians, 80,000 in Minnesota, right? They have, when they take and steal money, tax people money, stuff like that, that's our money. Have we not forgotten that your grandparents, and including you as well, and black people pay taxes in this country? So that's number one. Let's clear. Make it harder for us to start businesses. So now we're going to be looked at with a microscope when we try to operate our companies. That's a problem. So we always have to understand the scientific concept. I always believe in cause and effect. So we should not permit them to come up over here and do these type of things. I only got 30 seconds to speak. So lastly is this. When they came up over here many decades ago, few decades ago, they had worked with white supremacy to undercut us, talk crap about us, call us lazy, we don't work good, please choose me over them, please. I have witnessed this myself, my parents have seen it as well. So we do blame them. I blame both. The white people that brought them here and them specifically, and I'm going to tell them in their face. So they're both to blame. They're not off.
I can respect that.
Understand these concepts. They know that they're coming to just in there. Hey, do you call yourself black? No, I call myself Nigerian, Haitian, with all these other names. They make sure to differentiate themselves from us. And then when they get caught with these type of crimes, with their pants down, they would say, "Oh, you caught me? Oh, Sam, I'm a black American. I'm black. Please don't prosecute me." You see, we're not stupid. We're hustlers. We created this type of situation. Their game is over. We have always created corporations and businesses in America. We have built this country. Don't never forget it. I'm from Atlanta. We represent the realness.
So very quickly, I'll be snappy, and just to respond to the gentleman, right? So I was born in America, but my ancestry is in Africa, and I am pro-African American. Yes, he was. Steph.
Nathan, were you done?
Very quickly to confirm.
Nathan, were you done?
I gotta take a phone call, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Excellent. So like what I was saying, there were a number of fallacies, and it was evident of how both black people in America. That's why I was saying I'm pro delineation. Black people in America do have to separate themselves from every other group of black people, in the world, right? That is 100% understandable to the extent that yes, there were black people in America before colonization. So anybody who does their basic research, and I'm going to put this link back in here. I'm putting a link in here. Just click it and just have it in your browser, because I'm going to break something down very quickly, because I think Yaya was speaking to this, right? She pointed out the status correction. It's somewhat complicated, but once you understand these definitions, it works. But for Nathan, and if he's taking the call, he might not hear me. Like, he was incorrect to the extent of thinking, oh, black people, oh yeah, they think we're lazy, blah, blah, blah. The same thing happens here in America. Impoverished, terrible. It's like the 6th or 7th hell on earth, right? That ensures that black people don't see the investment opportunities there, right? China's been doing it. China has seen the investment opportunities in Africa. Europe saw the investment opportunities in Africa, right? The British, the French, any of these colonial powers, right? But they present, especially to black people, right, in America, right, that, oh, Africa is this way. And then to the Africans, they present that, oh, look, this is how black people are, to ensure, right, this is warfare, actually, if you psychological warfare, right, which is relating to how empires maintain power one way or another. Sure, this group does not come together to maybe 3 minutes ago, right? And it has definitions, right? This is from opm.gov. This is how the United States views people that come in here, whether you're immigrant or not, right? So there's the racial categories: American Indian, Alaskan Native, Asian, Black or African American, Native Hawaiian, or other Pacific Islander, and then white.
right? And that's 5 racial categories, right? And 4 out of those 5 are attached to a landmass, right? 4 out of those 5. So the Asian, American Indian, Native Hawaiian, and white, they're all attached to a landmass. A person having origins in any of the original peoples of it's a landmass that is described. But for Black or African American, right, it's a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. Everybody else's has a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North, South, and South America, because America, it has in, parentheses, including Central America, right? Because the Western Hemisphere, this is the Americas, right? North, Central, and South America, this is America, right? But speaking, exclusively to the United States of America, based on, the governmental borders, right? And who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment, and that's for to Yaya's point, right? So because also maintaining a tribal affiliation or community attachment is key to your nation, one way or another. But Asian, any person having origins in any of the original peoples of Far East, right? Southeast Asia, or the Indian subcontinent, including look.
Can I ask a question after this brother
I'll finish it here. I will finish it here, okay?
That's my
point is,
real fast.
right?
I just said I'm going after him.
Before you ask a question, and
I go after you, sister.
Yeah, that's great. Now go ahead, Lord.
Fucking hell.
All right,
I'm just speaking to and this is why also for Yaya, this is why status correction is going to be very difficult. But anyway, at the end of the day,
status correction isn't going to be difficult, and that's what you're talking about is not what I'm talking about. So again, another foreigner talking, and don't know what he's talking about.
Hold on.
You don't know what you're talking about, sir.
The last thing that I'm mentioning.
Yeah, you try to get in a conversation that has nothing to do with you, and then you try to teach someone, and you have no idea what you're talking about. What you're talking about is the simple form that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. So stop,
okay.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yo, look,
is the order in here or not?
Yeah, this order. I don't even know where somebody said that was an option. I really don't even know where somebody said that was an option. But I do want to challenge, this way in which my people are identified. Our classification has been changed how many times? Wonder if you know. And this one, unity that everybody speaks of. Africa has how many countries?
54.
Okay. Is there unity there?
No.
Who created those countries?
I'm still talking.
Hold on,
you had to educate me. I didn't ask to be educated.
I was literally
Let me be ignorant. Just let me be ignorant. Yeah, let me be ignorant. Because I don't need an education place right now. What I'm saying is that if the premise of there will always be tribalism. And those who can come together and unify on whatever, in whatever means that you can unify with a group, come together, build, and that, okay, that's wonderful. But this whole notion, this utopia that, all Black people unite, that doesn't exist anywhere. It doesn't. And so it's just a fallacy. I just want to say to Lux, I appreciated your submission in terms of, why are we worried about, but if something impacts me, then I should be concerned. If something impacts my bottom line, my family, I should be concerned about that. And then lastly, I didn't know anything about but it is impactful. It is impactful. I didn't hear your question, love. I didn't hear your question. I wasn't in the room.
You see what I mean? You see why?
I didn't hear your question.
You see why what I'm saying?
Let's let Steph finish right quick.
Yeah, but I still spoke to what your submission was.
Do you see why what I'm saying matters? Because you're saying that my son's father mattered when that wasn't even a fucking conversation. Why he was responding wasn't even why what I said. I said that black people could have did these things irrespective of immigrants. That has nothing to do with my son's father. Now, if you're willing to say that it does, that's just dumb.
I said that you could have a bias because of
how could I have a bias because I'm a black person wondering why black people aren't doing things?
That's a reality.
What's the reality? What is the reality?
A bias, and that's all that the judge said.
What's a bias? What could be a bias?
You being biased towards immigrants to the benefit. That disposition.
Bruh, if white people came here and did what the fuck they needed to do, irrespective of how many black people was here, if the immigrants came here to do whatever the fuck they needed to do, irrespective of how many black people are here, how the fuck does that got anything to do with my baby daddy? I'm just trying to understand.
Okay, let me help. Okay, let me just say this. So what she's just saying is it could be a bias because you have now procreated. It's just like a.
Why is my baby daddy a part of this conversation? It doesn't matter who the fuck I procreate with.
I thought you were trying to answer the question. Okay, that's the
bottom
problem.
line is, listen, before we start even going in on this conversation, the foundation of this is mind your fucking business. Okay? That had nothing to do with it. 1 second. That had nothing to do with the conversation. It currently still has nothing to fuck conversation. For all the people who have heard me speak before and have a little note ahead, all the things that they know about Lux, please, if I need to hire you to speak for me or to share anything, mind your own fucking business. Because it's weird as fuck. Y'all be moving so fucking weird. And y'all some fucking adults. You are fucking grown.
Let's forget. We can keep it objective.
None of y'all. So please, focus on the fucking conversation, which is the immigrants who are illegal immigrants. I would never fuck with an illegal immigrant. Who are people who are not supposed to be here. Doesn't even fucking live here, you fucking idiots. So that's what I'm saying. Please focus on the conversation. Please.
Why do everybody know your baby daddy?
Hold on, I just wanted to.
Because we thirsty. They let me have a conversation one time with one person and they can't forget. This is how it is in fucking IGB. They're obsessed with my life and shit that I got going on. Motherfuckers are like, oh, Lux this. Like, why the fuck did the nigga call out? Because niggas are obsessed.
Yeah, hold on, Nathan. Let me just say this real quick, because this just goes off what Lux was saying, and like why it's so detrimental. That way, you can hear from somebody professionally who actually writes policy, so that it can make sense. All right, here we go.
Citizenship was created for descendants of slaves. How the fuck do you not know this in this 2026? So, as a foreign federal policy writer, let me